Introductions by members. Member for Abbotsford West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've got a long list of introductions here. It's 6 out of the 9 siblings of my family are here today to visit. I have come from a family of 8 boys and 2 girls. My younger sister Lydia is from Edmonton. She couldn't make it, and the twins, David and Betty, could not join them as well. But I'd like to ask each brother to stand when I mention your name. The closest brother to me is my brother Herb. And Mr. Speaker, I cannot confirm or deny that we got into a lot of trouble as teenagers. My next brother is Walter. He played volleyball, and his volleyball team is inducted into the BC Volleyball Hall of Fame. And then my brother Henry played basketball at John Oliver against Lars Hansen from the Killarney Secondary. He played in the NBA, and my brother was his good rival, so my brother Henry. Then my brother George, he played volleyball, also coached a women's team, and that women's team is also inducted into BC Volleyball Hall of Fame. And then the Twin Towers, Wolfgang and Werner, played football for John Oliver, and injuries prevented them from further playing football. Mr. Speaker, these men raised me, so if I get into trouble in this house, it's their fault. I would like everybody here to make them feel welcome.
Minister of Energy.
It's a pretty good day for J.O. there. That's all right. I want all members of the House to join me in giving a warm welcome to Clean Energy BC, who's meeting with members on both sides of the House today. Their Clean Energy BC, interestingly, represents every successful proponent of the 2024 Call for Power, and many of the delegation, including First Nations clean energy leaders, are seeking to invest in the current Call for Power. It's very exciting to have them here in the Legislature. I wanted to introduce Quatuma Cole-Sayers of CEBC, of Clean Energy BC, Jack Magnus, Ombriel Neria, Lily Meyer, Chief Chris Roberts of the Wewicum and of Clean Energy BC, Councillor Stephen Rayner of the Hawaiiat First Nation and CEBC, Jose Offrey from Ecuner, Andrea Kozel from Capstone Infrastructure, Jonathan Turner from Elemental, David Thornton from EDF Power Solutions, Rosalind McMahon from Blue Earth Renewables, Ina Gioka from Interjex Renewable Energy, Shoshana Pasternak from Inver Energy, Carly Smith from Boralex, and Yuho Okada from Barclay Project Group. I know the House is going to look forward to meeting with these people today, and I hope everyone in the House wishes them welcome.
Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I see in the gallery today that we are joined by 2 individuals who have given so much to their communities. Mervyn and Terry Van Steinberg are here in the gallery to join us for question period today. Mervyn is a retired member of the IBEW and a long-standing former coordinator of the Labour coordinator at the United Way. And Terry has been a long-time advocate in the Federation of Post-Secondary Educators, has served as president. They've served in numerous community organizations. They're such terrific community and labor advocates. Thanks so much for being here today with the House. Please join me in making them feel welcome.
Member for Surrey Cloverdale.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. She's not here today, but she is watching at home. I just want to congratulate my spouse, Melissa Sturko, who just returned this Saturday from participating in the World Triathlon Championships in Wollongong, Australia. Melissa competed with Triathlon Canada's age group team and competed in the aqua bike. The kids and I are thrilled for her. So with this, House, please join me in congratulating Melissa.
Minister of Transportation.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. In the gallery today, we have members of the BC Notaries Association. They're here to help recognize Make a Will Week, taking place from October 20th through October 26th in British Columbia. Make a Will Week serves as an opportunity to remind British Columbians of the importance of having a will in order to protect your wishes and your loved ones. During calendar 2024, BC Notaries completed or updated 19,989 wills for British Columbians, and I'm pleased to introduce members of the BC Notaries Association Board of Directors in attendance. They are Rimpi Sadra, Board President, Cam Shirk, Board Vice President, Jackie Tate, Board Secretary and Treasurer, Danielle Boisvert, Director and City of Delta Councillor, Maury Bailey, Director, Kate Room, Director, and Chad Rantoul, Chief Executive Officer and Town of Sydney Councillor. And would the House please make them welcome, because making a will is really important.
Member for Delta South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the Minister of Transportation just beat me to it, but I want to personally introduce a good friend of mine, Daniel Boisvert. He's a Delta City Councillor, but he's also the past president of the BC Notaries Association and currently a director now, and met with some of his colleagues last night. And so resident of Tawasin, a constituent of mine, and a proud member of the Delta City Council, please make Daniel Boisvert feel very welcome.
Minister of State for Local Governments.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. It's so rare that I get to welcome people from my constituency into the House, and today we actually have 3 people. So the first 2 folks that I just toured around the Legislature are JP and Rebecca from Baldface, so the owner or one of the owners and the general manager, and they absolutely loved seeing the Legislature, so it was such an honor to tour them around. And Baldface is a cat skiing operation just outside of Nelson. Nelson was named, I believe it was in the New York Times, as the global leader in heli skiing and cat skiing, and they're down today for the Helicat conference. And so we probably have more of my constituents really close to us here today in Victoria than on a normal day, because we have so many incredible businesses that do heli skiing and cat skiing right from the Kootenays, but also from across British Columbia. So I would like to welcome Rebecca and JP, as well as everyone else from Helicat. And for my second introduction, I would like to introduce Rachel Holt, who is here with us today. She is a PhD ecologist. She's done work across British Columbia, and I like to call her a dear friend. And I would just hope that this House could make Rachel Holt feel very welcome.
Leader of the Third Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of my colleague from Saanich North and the Islands, I would like to introduce Chad Rantoul, a Sydney councillor and CEO of the BC Notaries Association. Will the House please make Chad feel welcome?
Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted just to welcome representatives from 2 organizations who were here on the precinct over the lunch hour to join the Premier and I in an announcement that we'll be discussing in a moment. Andrea Searle is the CEO of the Canadian Cancer Society, and Sue Whitaker is a volunteer and ambassador with the MS Society of Canada. And both of these organizations and these individuals do extraordinary work on behalf of people who have life-altering diagnoses, and they support them through very, very difficult times. And I am just in awe of the incredible achievements of these organizations and the work that they do with the House. Please join me in thanking them for their work and making them welcome for having been here earlier today.
Member for Burnaby South Metro Town.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I am very excited to welcome the delegation from Korean Public Service, and particularly court system in Korea. If I can ask them to stand up, please. They include judges, prosecutors, court clerks, and firefighters, as you can see in this uniform. They are here with UVic Law School on Research Exchange Program, and they're here in the chamber to learn about our parliamentary system. So please, if I can ask the House to make them feel very welcome.
Member for Nanaimo Lansdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the great honor of introducing a constituent of mine, Mr. Yuho Akata. He's the president of Barclay Project Group and the former chair of the Clean Energy Association of British Columbia. He has a very clear passion for the industry, and it's because of people like Mr. Okada that I have a lot of hope for the future. So I would hope that the whole House would welcome Mr. Okada to the House. Thank you.
Honorable members, I rise to pay tribute to an extraordinary man, Dr. Elmer Sneamton George, a much-loved elder of the Songhees Nation, who passed away peacefully last Thursday at age 90. One of the few remaining fluent Lekwungen speakers, Dr. George devoted the last decades of his life to the revitalization of his ancestral language. Through this unique work, he built relationships all over this region with the University of Victoria, Royal Roads University, CFB Esquimalt, Royal BC Museum, the City of Victoria, the Greater Victoria Public Library, and with us here in the Legislative Assembly. He helped open many new parliamentary sessions with a blessing and was present in this House on the dedication of our talking stick in 2016. For his lifetime of service, Dr. George was awarded an honorary PhD by Royal Roads University, as well as a meritorious service medal from the Governor General for his work in translating the historic Douglas Treaties. Dr. George was a humble man. He worked in construction, logging, and maintenance of most of his life. He was a devoted husband to his late wife Eva, a father to 12, and a big Blue Jay fan. Although beloved by many from across this beautiful province, none will feel this loss more profoundly than the Songhees and Esquimalt nations. In 2023, Dr. George honored our legislature by selecting the text that spanned the precinct's retaining wall along Belleville Street. Today, as he is laid to rest and we reflect on his enduring legacy, I will share the powerful words he chose. We thank our warriors that go to war. We hold gratitude and respect for those who do not come back. They give their lives for us. Thank you, ancestors. It is good that you are one together with the Lekwungen people, working together as one. Our children will become strong. We all love the children. On behalf of the Legislative Assembly, I wish to express to Chief Ron Sam and Chief Jerome Thomas and their communities our very deepest sympathies. Members, please join me in raising your hands to Dr. Elmer George and his life well lived. We will miss you, my friend, Hossein Iska. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Introduction of bills.
Minister of Labour.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present a message from Her Honor, the Lieutenant Governor.
The Lieutenant Governor transmits here with Bill 30, Employment Standards, Serious Illness or Injury Leave Amendment Act 2025, and recommends the same to the Legislative Assembly. Minister.
I move the bill be introduced and read a first time now. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to introduce Bill 30, the Employment Standards, Serious Illness or Injury Leave Amendment Act. This bill amends the Employment Standards Act to add a new unpaid job-protected leave for employees dealing with serious injury or illness. The entitlement is for up to 27 weeks within a 12-month period. The proposed amendments will bring provincial legislation in alignment with financial supports available through the Federal Insurance Sickness Benefits Program. Mr. Speaker, workers are at the center of the economy we are building in our province, and at the core of the proposed amendments is a commitment to people and to the principle that they should never have to choose between their job or their health. For people facing a serious health diagnosis and maybe a life-altering situation, the certainty of knowing that their jobs will be there for them provides relief and alleviates an unnecessary burden on their journey to recovery. Currently, there are no provisions in the Employment Standards Act that protect the jobs of people who are unable to work due to their own long-term illness or injury. This change reflects what patient advocates have been telling us, what we heard from worker, employer, and business organizations earlier this year. They all recognize the importance of accommodating workers who suffer from a life-altering diagnosis, and there was broad agreement that workers deserve to be able to return to their jobs when they and their healthcare providers say that they are ready. Mr. Speaker, every British Columbian knows someone who's been affected by a life-altering diagnosis, or they may well have experienced it themselves. Diagnoses such as cancer or multiple sclerosis, heart disease, Parkinson's, or experienced serious injury through motor vehicle accident, or survivors of intimate partner violence. These proposed changes ensure their jobs are protected by including this leave in the Employment Standards Act. This leave is already in place in federally regulated industries and workplaces, as well as other Canadian jurisdictions, including Manitoba, Ontario, Quebec, Nova Scotia, Newfoundland, and Labrador. And I'm very pleased that we are moving forward to enshrine this principle in our Act in British Columbia.
Members, the question is, go ahead. No? Okay. Question is first reading of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be placed on the orders of the day for second reading at the next sitting of the House after today.
You have heard the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Madam Clerk.
Statements by members.
Member for Vancouver Kensington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, I had the pleasure of attending an incredible cultural celebration. I know many colleagues from the House were also there. And it was called the Festival of Lights, where Diwali meets Festival of Lanterns in a Coachella-style celebration held at the Cloverdale Agriplex in Surrey. Organized by the Indo-Pacific Foundation of Canada, the Festival of Lights was a multicultural music and light festival showcasing some of the best bands and singers and dancers in BC performing alongside with international artists. Had everything you wanted there, food trucks, great culinary traditions from around the world, arts and craft, family-friendly activities, a fashion show really bringing the community together. And of course, concluded with a spectacular laser light show, DJ music, and just an incredible time. And the 2025 Festival of Lights event embodies what the Indo-Pacific Foundation of Canada is all about. Through its work of promoting intercultural understanding, the Foundation builds meaningful bonds between communities in Canada and across the Indo-Pacific. From its headquarters in Vancouver, the Indo-Pacific Foundation of Canada reaches out to countries such as India, China, Korea, the Philippines, Japan, Indonesia, Vietnam, Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore, and many others. Through events like this year's Festival of Lights, the Foundation seeks to position British Columbia as an international hub of inclusion, global cultural exchange, and creativity. At the festival, neither borders nor politics matters. It's all about the beauty of diversity, the appreciation of different cultures. We learn that fear doesn't have a place in celebrations like Festival of Lights. Love and kindness and harmony are all that matters. Congratulations to the Indo-Pacific Foundation for a successful Festival of Lights, and I ask everybody to please offer their congratulations and appreciation for their leadership to really make British Columbia a terrific province. Thank you very much.
Member for Abbotsford West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Abbotsford on September 26, we gathered with one heart and one mind to celebrate something truly meaningful: the renaming of 4 sports fields at W.J. Mowat Secondary and Colleen and Gordie Howe Middle Schools. These fields are more than places to play. They are places where young people learn teamwork, build friendships, create memories that last a lifetime. Together with the City of Abbotsford, the Abbotsford Board of Education, the Sumac First Nation, and the Mathby First Nation, we honored remarkable individuals who shaped the community of Abbotsford. Jim Latham Field, he was a principal and educator who built the foundation of W.J. Mowat Powerhouse football program. Sophie Schmidt Field, her parents also immigrated from Paraguay, as I did, before Sophie was born. Sophie is a well-known accomplished soccer star, a 4-time Olympian, an Olympic gold and 2 bronze medalists who used these same fields to hone her exceptional skills. Terry Felix Field, a trailblazer, the first Indigenous athlete to play professional soccer for 3 years representing Canada on the world stage. He also played the sports he loved on these same fields as a young boy. Constable John Davidson Field. He devoted his life to service and fitness. He was a beloved liaison officer in our school system. He spearheaded a crash prevention program in our school community. He was sadly gunned down in the line of duty on November 6, 2017, going to the aid of a fellow officer. Each name tells a story of service, a story of excellence, a story of courage, and a story of belonging. Under the collective Indigenous aim, one heart, one mind, these fields remind us of unity and connection. They carry the spirit of the past, present, and future, and they will inspire generations to come. Thank you to everyone who helped make that exceptional day possible. May these fields always be a place of joy and respect, where individuals battle out hard-fought games in true sportsmanship. Thank you.
Member for Vancouver-Langara.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise today to extend my warmest wishes to everyone in British Columbia and around the world who are celebrating Diwali today. Diwali, the Festival of Lights, is a celebration of hope, joy, and togetherness. It is observed by many faiths, Hindus, Sikhs, Jains, and Buddhists, each with their own rich traditions and meanings. For Hindus, it marks the return of Lord Ram to Ayodhya after 14 years in exile, a reminder that light always triumphs over darkness and good over evil. For Jains, it commemorates the spiritual liberation of Lord Mahavir. For many Buddhists, it celebrates the day Emperor Ashoka embraced peace and enlightenment, values that continue to inspire us today. Tomorrow, Sikhs around the world will celebrate Bandhi Chhod Divas, marking the release of Guru Hargobind Singh Ji and Guru Hargobind Sahib Ji and 52 princes from imprisonment, a story of courage, justice, and compassion. Here in British Columbia, these celebrations reflect our diversity and the connections that make our province stronger. Having grown up in India, these celebrations, the glow of diyas and the laughter of neighbors still live in my heart, but I feel the same light and warmth here in Canada, in the homes, temples, gurdwaras, and community spaces across our world. As families and friends gather to light diyas, share delicious meals, and celebrate together, may we all take a moment to reflect on the light within our hearts and the ways we can bring that light into the world around us. To everyone celebrating near and far, happy Diwali and happy Bandhi Chhod Divas.
Member for Boundaries-Milkameen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is nearing the end of October, and across the boundaries of Milkameen, the final harvest is underway. The apples are coming off the trees, the grapes are on the crush pads, the cows are coming home from the high country, and our farmers are winding down their fields for another year. This is a season that brings the whole region together, from Grand Forks to Princeton, Rock Creek to Coston, Karamias to Okanagan Falls, and all the small valleys and benches in between. It's a time when rural British Columbia shows its strength, its work ethic, and its sense of community. Harvest marks the end of another long season, one that started months ago with pruning, planting, and seeding. When we talk about harvest, it's not just about produce or crops, it's about people. It's about the families who work side by side in the orchards and vineyards, the ranchers who spend long days gathering cattle off the range, and the truck drivers, packers, processors, and market vendors who make sure our local bounty reaches homes across British Columbia. It's also about the small businesses that keep that rural life running, the equipment shops, fuel stations, grocery stores, and restaurants that open early and stay open late to serve those working in our fields. These are the quiet heroes of our local economy. As we celebrate another successful harvest, I want to extend my deepest thanks to everyone who contributes to the abundance we enjoy. The growers, the pickers, the haulers, the families, and the communities who make it all possible. You are the heart of rural British Columbia. Your work sustains us, not just through the food you grow, but through the example you set of hard work, perseverance, and community pride. So as the bins fill, the barns close, and the season winds down, I hope everyone takes a moment to appreciate just how much we have to be grateful for in this beautiful part of our province we call home. Thank you.
Member for Vernon Lumbee.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. At the end of September, I had the privilege of joining 5th Annual BX Farm Tour, a beloved North Okanagan tradition that celebrates the heart of our farming community. With 11 inspiring stops across the BX, visitors met with local farmers, shopped at their stands, and learned firsthand about the both triumphs and challenges of those who put food on our tables. Thanks to Jen Cameron of Wenziel Acres for the invitation and for helping coordinating this incredible day. From Brookside Orchard to Bee Yacht Honey, from Morrison Funny Farm, Curlew Orchard, Indigo Valley Farm, Elderberry Fields, Harry and Stella's Family Farm, Smith Family Farm, Silver Star Veggies, and Hob & Shield Acres. Every stop showcased a dedication, resilience, and innovation that defines our local farmers. I also want to acknowledge the sponsors who made this possible, including Land to Table Network Society, Tourism Vernon, and Community Futures North Okanagan. Their support helps sustain not just farms, but the communities that depend on them. A special highlight was meeting Jen Cameron and Erica Soni, founders of Lady Farmers, two inspiring women growing not only food, but knowledge and connection through workshops on canning, crocheting, and greenhouse maintenance. They are empowering women and strengthening our community resilience. We also met with the Rise Up team, led by Lauren and Megan, connecting youth across the BC and inspiring next generation of farmers and leaders. The BX Farm Tour was more than a day on the land. It was a powerful reminder of who we are. When farmers, families, and neighbors come together, we grow more than crops. We grow hope, resilience, and connection. Let's continue to stand with those who feed us, nurture our land, and strengthen the root of our communities. Thank you.
Member for Fraser-Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to talk about what I did on my summer vacation today. This past summer was one my wife and Wanda and I will never forget. We had the incredible opportunity to be in St. John's, Newfoundland to visit family, and the absolute privilege this year of being proud parents as we watched Team BC Under-19 women's softball team bring home the gold medal at the 2025 Canada Summer Games. And the best part, our granddaughter Kaylee Ross was on that roster.
Yay.
I might get a little emotional. Let me tell you what an experience it was. The energy in that ballpark was electric. Every pitch, every hit, every catch had the crowd on edge. And when the final out was made and Team BC defeated Ontario 9-6, the joy and pride was just overwhelming. To actually be there and see your granddaughter work, it was just amazing. These young women worked incredibly hard to get there. Under head coach Alison McMillan, the team was selected after an intense final camp held on June 2nd. 15 players and 2 alternates made the roster, each one bringing their best to the field. They built their chemistry through tournaments like the Canada Cup in early July at Softball City, where they tested themselves against top competition and really came together as a team. And come together they did. Team BC went undefeated, outscoring their opponents by a staggering 52-1 in the qualifying round. You could tell this group had something special. They played with confidence, teamwork, and focus. Then came the big one, the gold medal game against Ontario. It was a battle from start to finish, but Team BC never wavered. Their bats were strong, their defense solid, and their determination unmatched. When the final score read 9-6, the celebration, as you would know, was amazing. That win didn't just bring home a gold medal for the team, it also helped boost Team BC to an impressive third place overall in the medal standings at the Games. But more than that, it showed what happens when teamwork, dedication, and heart comes together. To Coach McMillan and the players and everyone behind the scenes, congratulations for a job well done. And thank you to all at the Team BC at the 2025 Summer Games for making us all proud here in BC.
Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise today to speak about a grave threat to British Columbia. A threat to our province, to our country's sovereignty, and to the industry and workers who literally built this place. From our homes and hospitals to our schools and office buildings, every one of us owes a huge debt of gratitude to the hardworking people in the forest sector. I think we can all agree on that. I ask us to just take a moment to applaud and show our appreciation for those hardworking workers. But Honourable Speaker, obviously it's not enough to just show appreciation. Our forest industry, the forest industry here in BC is facing an existential crisis. And that's because President Donald Trump has decided to attack Canada's economy. For 10 months, Trump has issued threats and imposed tariffs against our country. And let's be clear, the purpose of these attacks against one of the United States' greatest and most long-standing allies is to weaken us, to make us part of the United States. He said it himself time and time again that Canada would face no tariffs if we just became the 51st state. These aren't just words, these are attacks. Attacks on our economy, attacks on our jobs, attacks on our families, and attacks on our communities. And as Canadians, when we are attacked, we stand together. The softwood lumber dispute that Canada has had with the United States has been decades in the making. But Trump's new tariffs on the Canadian industry are another devastating hit. They threaten thousands of jobs in dozens of communities. Communities like Campbell River, Comox, Quesnel, Prince George, Port Alberni, Surrey, and many more. Good jobs, proud communities, decades of hard work, and now it's an uncertain future. An additional 10% tariff on Canadian forest products on top of the unfair, crushing duties that have been in place for years. U.S. duties and tariffs will soon approach a staggering 45%. Mills are being squeezed, workers' paychecks are at risk, and forestry-dependent communities are facing the strain. And consider this, Honourable Speaker. Canadian wood now faces a higher tariff rate going to the U.S. than Russian wood does. Wood coming from a country led by Vladimir Putin, who launched an illegal and unprovoked invasion of our ally Ukraine. It's not just wrong, it's outrageous, Honourable Speaker. It drives up housing costs for Americans and puts people out of work on both sides of the border. Mr. Speaker, now is the time for unity. Only by standing together can we protect the good people who work in the forest sector and in all industries being attacked by Donald Trump. And the unity must go beyond this chamber. It must be a unity that calls every British Columbian to action. To every MLA, I ask you to consider calling your family or friends in the U.S. Tell them how these tariffs are hurting communities in our province and making life harder for Americans too. To mayors, reach out to your sister cities across the border. Tell them the tariff insanity must end. To industry leaders, call your buyers, your partners. Tell them what's at stake for both sides. To union leaders, talk to your counterparts in the U.S., worker to worker, and to every British Columbian. If you have a cousin, a friend, a former co-worker south of the border, pick up the phone, tell them that tariffs hurt everyone. Tell them that Canadians will always stand up for fairness, for good jobs, for a proud and independent country. When we invite people into this fight, we make our struggle stronger. We'll show them that we're all in this together, not just as British Columbians, but as neighbours, workers, and friends. Mr. Speaker, I also want to be clear. Ottawa has a central, critical role to play here as well. When our auto and steel industries are attacked, Honourable Speaker, it's treated as a national emergency, as it should be. But when forestry towns in BC are under threat, where is the same urgency? We need the same national commitment. Forestry contributes more to Canada's economy than the auto sector and supports more direct jobs, and yet too often it's treated as an afterthought. If we can stand up for auto and steel workers in Ontario, then we must stand up for forestry workers here in British Columbia. We've seen Ottawa step in and help an Ontario paper mill facing tough times, which is good. But why not a BC mill? Why not BC workers? Why Why not the communities that have carried this country's forest industry for generations? Last week, I stood with industry and labour leaders to call for BC's fair share of the announced $1.2 billion federal support fund, and for targeted help for the people in towns hit hardest by these tariffs. Here in BC, we're ready to do even more. We're standing up for workers facing curtailments. We're making sure BC Wood means BC jobs. We're building more value-added production right here at home. We're getting more BC Wood products to global markets, and we'll show Americans that these tariffs hurt everyone, workers, builders, families on both sides of the border. Mr. Speaker, we will never stop fighting for BC workers, for BC jobs, and for BC's future. Because when we build in BC, we build for everyone. And no matter what Donald Trump throws our way, we will stand together, shoulder to shoulder, and we will not back down. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to start, first of all, just saying I'm a Blue Jays fan. Go Jays. It's nothing like sports to bring Canadians together. And I would agree with the Premier that we should be fighting with Ottawa to make sure that we get our fair share of the support that's necessary for this province. However, I think when it comes to forestry, there is a lesson that obviously needs to be talked about here in this chamber, and that is the history. This government, since it's taken power, we've seen a reduction in our annual output cut from 75 million cubic meters, and last year we cut about 32 million. That's a 60% reduction in our forest sector. Zero impact from Donald Trump. That was all about this government. But 60% impact, and what were the reasons for that impact on our forest sector? Well, legislation, year after year after year, continual bureaucracy, process, time. We are the highest cost producers by a mile in British Columbia to the rest of North America. You can't operate a forest industry in that kind of environment when you are the highest cost and any time you got a market that goes down. Permitting. It's next to impossible to get permits these days. It takes 3 years, if you're lucky, to get a permit. And for example, we've had wildfire wood that has been damaged and destroyed by wildfires that should be available for our forest sector. And it can take years just to get a permit. You go to Alberta, a wildfire goes through, within 3 months they've got permits and they're in there cutting. Shortly thereafter, they're doing the rehab and they're planting. They're treating their forest industry as it should be treated, with respect. We're not seeing that in British Columbia. We wonder why mills close. We wonder why we have all this problem. Access to fiber. There is wood that is being isolated and cut off. There's policies that have been brought in that have shut down our midterm timber supply. There's been a never-ending stream. Enough that Kofi, year after year, comes into this chamber, comes into this building, I should say, and meets with ministers and meets with us and says, please stop. Stop. Just let us sit for a bit so we can at least try to adapt. And yet change comes time and time again, making it impossible for this company, for this industry to operate in this province. Yes, Donald Trump is having an impact today. An additional 10% is the straw that might just very well break the camel's back. But it is the layers and layers and layers of weight that have caught us to this position to make us this vulnerable. And I want to give BC Veneer as an example. The Premier talks about value added, and I agree, we need to get value added to our forest sector. But you can't add value if you don't have a primary product to add value to. And here's BC Veneer, a company that provided veneer to UBC so that they could make leather out of wood, so that the Premier could go to Japan with a soccer ball and show the technology that we developed here in British Columbia. They can't get wood. They're scrambling to get wood from the States, from Oregon, just to keep the 56 workers they have and their families working and fed. That is the forest industry, and that has nothing to do with Donald Trump. But I agree we do need to be united in our fight against Donald Trump and the Americans. I agree that we need to stand up. We need to get a deal. with the Americans on softwood lumber. We've had 10 years with this government that has done nothing to get a deal. Absolutely nothing. There's no leverage. There's no way to be able to get a deal. They're not willing to come to the table because we have put nothing on the table to actually get them to this point. And I can tell you, the Premier banning Kentucky bourbon is not going to do it. What we should be doing is finding ways to get leverage. And I've suggested this to the Premier back in February, and he took it to Ottawa, and I've heard nothing since, which is let's put a carbon tax on thermal coal being shipped from Vancouver, or out of Vancouver from the United States, 18 million tons a year that comes through here. Just a small carbon tax would be a $640 million annual fee that could be collected, that could be accumulated, that could use as leverage to try to get a deal with the softwood lumber. And if the Americans say, you're not treating us fair, we shouldn't do it, fine. Let's just ban shipping thermal coal from the United States through Port of Vancouver. Enough is enough. Mr. Speaker, our trade with Asia has dropped dramatically. Our trade with the U.S. has gone up under this NDP government. Let's reverse that. Let's get our independent trade offices reopened. Let's do what we can to get our trade happening in Canada. Get the barriers taken down. This government has made a little bit of progress with Alberta on some alcohol issues, but we have a ton of things that we need to be doing across this country. Where's the urgency in unity to bring that down, to open up this country? I'm not seeing it from this government, Mr. Speaker. But there are some other things that we can do. More important things, I think, that we need to be focused on in terms of unity and what we need to be doing as a country and what we can do as a province. We are currently giving our oil to the Americans, Canadian oil to the Americans, at a 20 to 30% discount. A 20 to 30% discount. We are just giving a gift to the Americans. Why? Because we can't get it to international markets. Let's get out of the way and start supporting getting our oil offshore so that we can get good value for Canadians and build wealth for Canadians, not for Americans. We are currently selling our natural gas out of British Columbia at an 85% discount to the Americans. We've got tens of trillions of dollars of natural gas in this province, and we're just giving it to the Americans. And just, you know, it took us 15 years. We got an LNG project going in BC. Great, let's celebrate. This is a great project for British Columbia. And in 12 years, they built 12 LNG projects in the States, and they got 5 more being built. 15 years to get one project. We're selling our natural gas to the Americans for their supporting their projects. They're liquefying it and getting international prices. What's wrong with us? What's wrong with this province? How is this elbows up? Enough. Get out of the way. Get our products to market. Stop supporting and subsidizing the Americans. That is what we need to do to be united behind. Taking advantage of the values, the assets that we have, creating wealth and jobs and prosperity for people right here in British Columbia. So, Mr. Speaker, I stand united with all British Columbians. I know as the Conservative Party of British Columbia, we do. We want to see British Columbians prosper. We want to see wealth generation. We want to see taking advantage of our full assets. We want to make sure that people want to stay here and live in British Columbia. This is what we are united on, and that means ideology and governments that refuse to get out of the way need to step aside so that as all British Columbians, we can realize our potential and truly be able to fight back against this unfair process that's coming from the Americans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader of the Third Party.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. British Columbia's forests are the envy of the world. Stewarded by Indigenous peoples for millennia, our old growth and second growth forests provide cultural identity, clean air, and a home for our most precious flora and fauna. It's true that at this moment, our forests are under attack. A century of extractive logging practices and short-sighted opportunism has decimated our forests and left our forestry industry facing mill closures and job losses. Uncertainty and unfair trade practices from our neighbour to the south are the latest in a series of threats and challenges to the industry. Forestry is the lifeblood of communities across British Columbia. We can't abandon these communities to the whims of the tyrant to the south. Mr. Speaker, we spent a lot of time talking about said tyrant in this chamber, particularly during question period. Thankfully, besides talk, we also know what we need to do. We must come together to protect forests and thereby protect forestry in British Columbia. We know that the future of forestry must prioritize ecosystem health, it must focus on local ownership and local jobs, and it must be done in true partnership with First Nations. We must make sure that we are thinking long-term and managing our forests holistically to ensure that they and the communities they support can survive this administration and the ones to follow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader of the Fourth Party.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Here we go again. The government's favourite go-to excuse, playing the trump card. This can't be the answer to all the government's failings. We have been witnessing the decline of BC's forest industry for the last 3 decades. Of course, none of us want the tariffs coming from the south, but we are not hapless bystanders on the issues plaguing our forest industry. The trouble is, the call is coming from inside the House. We all know that. This government is the one punishing our forest sector with high corporate taxes, high stumpage fees, and extremely low allowable annual cuts. In fact, stumpage fees in BC are still double what they are in Alberta. Will the Premier blame Donald Trump for that? And why can't the industry get fibre? It has nothing to do with Trump and everything to do with the government's pro-UNDRIP policies. This government has ceded its authority over the land to the 200-plus bands who use Aboriginal title claims to veto projects across British Columbia. That's the truth, and the Premier knows it. And the Leader of the Opposition is no better. What did he promise last year? A strategic land return to First Nations that would put 20% of BC's forested land under Band Council control. Donald Trump did not make this government sign UNDRIP into law. Mr. Speaker, our forestry sector does face a crisis, but the Premier should stop looking for scapegoats south of the border and take a good long look in the mirror. And I might add that calling people names does not help with our relationship with people south of the border. If he truly wants to help, then his government should cut taxes, stumpage fees, and ban council vetoes. This would immediately revive our forest industry. It would bring dozens of mills and thousands of good-paying jobs back to rural communities across BC. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Madam Clerk.
Oral questions by members.
Member for Richmond Bridgeport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Richmond residents are confused. They are worried. This letter from the city says, I quote, "The court has declared aboriginal title to your property, which may compromise the status and validity of your ownership." End quote. Richmond residents deserve an answer. Will this Premier defend their right to the home they own?
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This province was the first out of the gate to say that we were appealing the decision, the Cowan decision. This is precisely because of what the member raised, which is we are going to defend the rights of property owners in that area. We are working with parties, including I've met with the mayor of the city of Richmond and some of their councillors. Our legal teams are working together and will continue to do so.
Member supplemental.
Again, people are afraid. They have heard nothing from member from Richmond Steveston, and they heard silence from this Premier Attorney General. Richmond residents deserve a solution. They deserve a government that will demand this court case is resolved at the Supreme Court of Canada. There's an information session on October 28th where Richmond residents are looking for answers. Our Richmond Conservative MLAs will be there. Will this Premier and the NDP MLA for Richmond Steveston, will they also attend the meeting?
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was not being silent. In fact, I just answered the member's previous question. I'll continue. Not only was our government the one to step forward first to say that we're immediately appealing the decision, we are hard at work right now with our team of lawyers because we will defend the rights of property owners. We know that people's ability to buy, sell, and mortgage private property is key in our legal system and our rights of ownership in this province and across this country. We are hard at work, working not only with the City of Richmond and their council, with the federal government on grounds of appeal at the Court of Appeal level. Mr. Speaker, we know that upholding private property rights is very key and critical work, along with the work of reconciliation. This will always be our approach, to resolve outstanding questions of legal theory and attack them when we need to, and also sit down with First Nations to try to resolve issues and bring forward final resolution of some of the past wrongs. We are going to keep at that work, Mr. Speaker, and we won't give up.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, the Premier stood and said that he's going to fight for private property rights, and I'm happy to hear that. Certainly that is our goal, is to protect private property rights. However, I did ask this question and I want to ask it again. When the Premier was Attorney General, instructions were given to the government lawyers to not argue extinguishment of Indigenous rights where they overlap with private property rights. In other words, to not argue to protect the rights of private property. So the question, quite frankly, to the Attorney General is simple. Since that is the direction that was given, how can this government stand and legitimately say that they are actually trying to protect private property rights?
Attorney General.
It's simply not true what the Leader of the Opposition has said. Without getting into very complicated legal arguments and the details of the 30 minutes that we have here, what we argued before the Supreme Court of BC was displacement and suspension of Aboriginal title, that a private property right sits above that title so we could protect the interests of private property owners. There was, before the court, many arguments. Arguments were based on the case law and what we thought was the best arguments to protect property landowners. As the member knows, opposite, the City of Richmond did argue extinguishment, and that also failed at the Supreme Court. We will continue at it, Mr. Speaker. I'll just note that in 2014, the Leader of the Opposition was the Minister of Aboriginal Relations and Reconciliation, and that was when the Cowichan decision was first filed. We should be asking for his record on what he did with that at the time.
Leader of the Official Opposition, supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, this government has had 10 years to deal with it, and clearly they haven't done anything with that file, unfortunately, except let it go to court when it says clearly that its goal was to not have things go to court. But I want to ask this, Mr. Speaker. Private property rights are not protected by the Canadian Constitution. Indigenous rights, when it comes to title, are. Indigenous rights allow for exclusive and beneficial use, as does private property rights. It's clear the City of Richmond explained very clearly that this government, as well as the federal government, did not argue the extinguishment and protection of private property rights that they did. There was a very distinct and different course that was taken by these two governments. But given, Mr. Speaker, that our Constitution does not protect private property rights, we need change. So two things. Will this minister support a direct reference question to the Supreme Court of Canada so that we can get an answer immediately and not have this uncertainty lasting 5 to 10 years while we wind through the course? And will this Premier and this government support the call for changes to the Canadian Constitution to enshrine private property rights?
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll start by addressing the first question from the member of the opposition. The proposal that's put on the table to have a reference at the Supreme Court of Canada, just to be clear what that would do, it would not consider the actual facts of the case that's right now what we will put before the Court of Appeal. It's not clear that it would address the legal issues that arose out of the Supreme Court of BC decision that we see would be multiple grounds of appeal. And the Supreme Court would only issue an opinion which would not be strictly binding and would not immediately overturn the trial court's decision. So we disagree with the member's suggestion that would bring any level of certainty, and will continue on the path of challenging it with all the tools that we have. Thank you.
Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our license plates say beautiful British Columbia, not barren British Columbia. Our natural heritage and biodiversity is one of our main economic drivers, and it's why we attract over $20 billion in tourism spending annually. The Peace River watershed alone provides up to $8.6 billion in economic value every year, and the Lower Mainland's aquatic systems provide $30 to $60 billion annually. That, Mr. Speaker, is real wealth. Yet there seems to be a narrative in this House that protecting nature means stifling economic progress. The truth is the opposite, and if there's a single reason for the existence of this third party, it's to realize that paradigm shift. This government released the draft Biodiversity and Ecosystem Health Framework in 2023, but since then, nothing. It isn't in the Minister's mandate letter, nor in the 2025 service plan. Mr. Speaker, our caucus theme for this week is reliability and predictability, and it applies to the natural environment as much as it does to business, and nonprofits, and particularly the forest industry. My question is for the Minister of Land, Water, Land and Resource Stewardship. When will this government finalize the Biodiversity and Ecosystem Health Framework and back up its promises with real legislation?
Minister of Water and Land.
Honourable Speaker, thank you, and thank you for the question from the Leader of the third party. We know that long-term ecosystem health and biodiversity are absolutely critical, not just to our province in terms of our economic prosperity, but also for the health of all British Columbians. And our draft Biodiversity and Ecosystem Health Framework is a recommendation, as you know as well, from the Old Growth Strategic Review Report. And the idea is to create that paradigm shift that you're talking about. Part of that is our 30 by 30, our commitment to protect 30% of British Columbia's lands and waters by 2030, and we're well on our way to that. All of these efforts and many more are fundamental to protecting against the worst effects of climate change. We are excited to continue to move forward with our Biodiversity and Ecosystem Health Framework, and we welcome any discussions with the Leader of the third party as well. Thank you.
Member supplemental. Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad the Minister brought up the 30 by 30 commitment to protect 30% of BC's lands and waters by 2030. Right now, only 15% of BC's land is permanently protected. To meet its own commitment, the province must nearly double that number in the next 5 years. This government may claim a higher figure, around 19%, by including what it calls other effective conservation measures. But conservation experts say those don't meet international standards for permanent protection. OECMs remain vulnerable to activities that directly harm biodiversity. In just 6 years, this government's pro-development predecessor protected way more of BC's land base than this government has in 8 years. So through you, Honourable Speaker, again to the Minister of Water, Land and Resource Stewardship, how does this government portray itself as green while falling behind on its promise to protect 30% of BC's land and waters, and when will it finally deliver on this crucial commitment?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and thank you once again. 30 by 30 is absolutely dear to my heart, and we are absolutely not falling behind. In fact, we hope to reach 30 by 30 by even earlier, and I think that's a commitment that we're all committed to on both sides of this House. We know how important it is to protect our lands and waters in British Columbia. At the end of the day, that is all we have if we're not able to have healthy, secure watersheds and water supply. We put all of our health at risk. And when we get out into the back doors and we enjoy the back country, we fall in love with it. And when we fall in love with something, we want to protect it. So this should be a nonpartisan issue. This should be something that we all work towards together, because it's incredibly important, not just for the health of British Columbians, but for the future of all of us. Thanks.
Leader of the fourth party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A judge has decided that homes in Richmond are now owned by the Cowichan tribes because their great-grandparents once fished there. That is Aboriginal title.
Member, please continue.
There are 200 more bands in BC with their own Aboriginal title claims. Judges have the legal authority to give away every square inch of this province, including your home, as long as Aboriginal title remains in our Constitution. Mr. Speaker, property rights are the foundation of Western civilization. Aboriginal title is an existential threat to that civilization. My question is for the Premier. Will he support constitutional reform to legally extinguish Aboriginal title?
Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, we take a different view than the member on many things, including this one. The work of reconciliation and sitting down with First Nations across this province to resolve historic wrong and to bring certainty to the land is the path forward, and it's a path that we will continue to take, and is an important one. And I've already talked quite extensively about our approach in this legal matter that we'll continue to take to uphold private property rights, and we will continue to work with First Nations to bring agreements and certainty to the land. Thank you.
Member supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's no secret that the Premier supports Aboriginal title. So does the leader of the so-called official opposition. They both support UNDRIP and its never-ending giveaways. Recently, we learned that in 2021, BC's Freedom of Information law was amended to block public disclosure of any documents related to Indigenous rights. Now, the Premier wants local governments to meet secretly with Aboriginal groups as well. Mr. Speaker, if the Premier is so proud of giving away public land, money, and power, then why is he passing laws to keep it all being done in secret?
Shameful.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'd remind the member when it comes to this House that asking questions around legislation that is on the floor of the House to be debated and questioned during the committee stage of the bill is inappropriate, and her questions, she can ask them during the appropriate stage when that legislation is being discussed in the House.
Member for Kamloops Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the unfortunate resignation of 7 OBGYNs, the whole department in Kamloops, should not have come as a shock to this government or to this minister, given that for the last several years they have been trying to get changes and agreements negotiated with this government, both around OBGYN services, the TRFO, and midwifery clinics in Kamloops. In fact, they thought they had a deal with this government just before the last election, and then, like every other election promise this government did, it disappeared after the election. A year later, the OBGYNs, facing burnout and fear for patient safety, crafted a letter to Interior Health and the Minister of Health, letting them know that they needed to see the changes or they would have to consider resignation. That was on October 1st. 9 days later, 4:30 on a Friday of a long weekend, Interior Health notified the OBGYNs that there would be no further negotiations, that in fact their resignations would be accepted, and the government and Interior Health were done negotiating. How does the minister explain firing 7 OBGYNs instead of actually negotiating for patient safety and physician safety in Kamloops?
Minister of Health.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. Thank you to the member for the question and raising the very serious issue around providing maternity services to people in Kamloops and the region, which of course is absolutely critical, and people need to know that it is there for them. And so I want to start off my answer by assuring people that anybody who is going into labour or is experiencing serious risks in their pregnancy, they should always present at Royal Inland Hospital, and that the care will be there for people to continue to work with their primary care providers during this time. The OBGYNs have been negotiating with Interior Health, and that work continues. Interior Health has made it very clear that they are willing to sit down and talk with, and they are talking with and have been for months, as the member indicates, on this. Interior Health has also heard from at least a dozen other OBGYNs who are interested in prospective employment, and they are discussing that with them as well. Because, Mr. Speaker, it's just so important that we continue to take all the steps necessary to make sure that these services remain robust, and particularly at a time as we have canvassed often in this House, Mr. Speaker, around the shortage of specialists and the shortage of physicians that we're experiencing. That's why Interior Health will continue to take these steps. They will continue to recruit. They will continue to talk with the physicians. It is my expectation, and I have made it very clear, that I expect the physicians and Interior Health to sit down, negotiate together, and to continue to put the patient's interests first.
Member supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, that answer simply doesn't hold up. The reality is they've been begging for 2 other OBGYNs to be recruited into Kamloops over the last couple of years, and they haven't been able to fill those spots. Yet now the minister wants us to believe they're going to magically find 7 to replace the 7 they just fired because they didn't want to keep negotiating. The 12 the minister mentions are not credentialed in Canada, would take years of shadowing before they would actually be up to steam because they actually applied previously and were deemed to be not acceptable to fit into the OBGYN services within Kamloops already. There's a very simple way. The minister keeps saying they're negotiating. Interior Health has told the doctors the negotiations are over, done. The ministry and Interior Health are done with this. Will the minister table, present, unredacted, the email that Interior Health sent on October 10th, which was before the final letter of resignation from these doctors that everyone is talking about? Will she table and present to this House that document, that email, that 4:30 on the Friday of the long weekend that said negotiations were over, the ministry and Interior Health were done, and thank you very much for your services, OBGYNs, but we're done with you?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I just stated, it is my expectation that Interior Health will continue to work with the physicians and that they will continue to undertake the work on hiring more and finalizing a contract.
Member. Minister will continue.
And finalizing a contract that will significantly increase compensation to fill vacancies. In the meantime, Mr. Speaker, Interior Health continues in recruiting and attracting locums to fill spots. I want to be very clear that physicians don't just submit a resignation letter and then walk out the door, that they have duties to uphold, and that includes a 90-day transition period. That is time for Interior Health to continue working on this file and to continue working with these OBGYNs, and it is my hope that perhaps some of them will change their approach. But Mr. Speaker, the member talks about credentialing taking, well, I think he said years. Mr. Speaker, that's why this government has been working so hard to reduce credentialing and licensure, and that for physicians, particularly coming from places like the US, it is now measured in months, not years. In fact, we are working to get that down to weeks, Mr. Speaker, because we know that is one tool that we can use to continue to bring more physicians and more healthcare workers to this province to strengthen the healthcare system so that people have the healthcare that they need, when they need it, and where they need it. Thank you.
Member for Langley Willowbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fraser Health Authority is the biggest health authority in the province. A simple question to the Minister on Women's Health. How many gynecological oncologists are currently in the Fraser Health Authority? I'm not looking for long answers. I'm looking for a simple answer. What's the number?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the member for the question. Gyne-oncology services are something that's incredibly important for women, people who are experiencing cancers of a certain kind. And of course, attracting those physicians to BC and increasing the number has been part of the work that we have been doing in expanding these services.
Members, let the minister finish.
Mr. Speaker, we have made a commitment to establish gyne-oncology services in the Fraser Health Authority. We are working towards that. In the meantime, we have expanded these services in Kelowna, and that has significantly brought down the wait time for people in the Fraser Health area who are able to travel next door to Vancouver Coastal Health Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue this work, working towards establishing these services in Fraser Health. And Mr. Speaker, I'll wait for the second answer to continue. Thank you.
Member for North Thailand.
So I'm going to answer that question for the minister. So Fraser Health has 2.2 million people. It's the biggest health authority in British Columbia, and it has 0 gynecological cancer surgeons. And the Ministry of Health had promised 3 positions for Fraser Health. So thinking about that and thinking about what's happening in Kamloops, we're talking about resignation of 7 OBGYN. 7. And I'm not sure that the minister understands that obstetrical emergencies are emergencies. And Kamloops is a tertiary care center. People go to Kamloops for complex obstetrical care. So I've heard from an OBGYN surgeon who told me that women's health, quote, is a mess in BC. And this mess is brewing everywhere. Does the minister agree with this statement?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Thank you to the member for the question, and I want to thank her too for her care and attention to women's health, because I share that passion with her. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about gynecological oncology and the services, and the member has talked about the services that are or are not available in Fraser Health, but I really want her to understand, and this House to understand, that as we expand these services and have done so in Kelowna, that we have brought down the wait times for women in Fraser Health area, that previously only 4 in 10 people were receiving their surgeries within the target times, and that now, because people can get that service in Kelowna, which is available to people from the north and from all areas of the interior, not having to travel down to the lower mainland, it means that now 9 out of 10 women are meeting those surgical timelines. This is a phenomenal increase in capacity and service for people. We're going to continue this work in expanding out in the Fraser Health Authority. And in the meantime, yes, women do travel across the border of the health authorities into Vancouver Coastal so that they can access these services. Fraser Health has expanded the pre- and post-operative capacity in Fraser Health, which minimizes the number of trips that people need to do into Vancouver Coastal Health. Mr. Speaker, this government is deeply committed to women's health. We have taken extraordinary steps in past year, including the introduction of free contraception, for example. We will continue to support reproductive health and the rights of women, not, Mr. Speaker, not as all members of this House will. And I have to emphasize, it is so deeply important that we continue to do this work, and I will not stop. Thank you.
Member for Kelowna Centre.
Lindsay Richault is a Kelowna mother who was given 6 months to live, and then she was waitlisted for 10. She has a transplant match, yet she's just become another waitlisted number left to die in the system. Why are women like Lindsay having to fight for their lives in a system that's supposed to protect them? When will this government realize that their incompetence and inaction is leading to the unnecessary deaths of women in this province?
Minister of Health.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for bringing up a particular case. I think the member understands that I cannot stand here and speak to individual cases, but I would welcome her, as many members of the opposition have done, to approach me directly, to come to my office about specific casework so that I can work with them to do everything I can to support their constituents. Regardless of the political party that anybody chose to work for or to run for, that is my commitment as the Minister of Health, to work with my staff to serve all members of this House in undertaking this kind of work. Mr. Speaker, we are, as I have said, a government deeply committed to women's health. a government that is working hard to fill the gaps that were left for us to strengthen our healthcare system, investing billions of dollars in new infrastructure, attracting 1,000 family doctors through the establishment of a new family physician payment model, working to reduce the time it takes to credential and license here in BC, attracting more physicians ever before so that we can ensure that people like the member speaks of do not fall through gaps. Mr. Speaker, because that is the last thing that anybody in this House wants to do. And I invite everybody to stand united with me and this government to do this work in recruiting physicians and healthcare workers so that we can deliver the healthcare to people that they need. Thank you.
Member for Skeena.
When it comes to women's health, this government's record is shameful. In Kitimat, more than 700 women were left waiting for gynecologic surgeries due to a lack of basic equipment. The Kitimat General Hospital Foundation, with donations from industry and small businesses, had to step up, fundraising for an ultrasound table, most of a CT scanner, a TOCO transducer, and a fluid management system so that those surgeries could finally be done locally. They've done more for women's health in 3 years than this government has in 10. Does this minister believe communities should be forced to fundraise millions of dollars for basic women's health care?
Minister of Health.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the member for the question and for her work in supporting women's health as well. But I have to completely disagree with her characterization of our approach to supporting women and women's health. Mr. Speaker, as I said, we are providing free contraceptives. We are expanding the scope of practice of pharmacists to prescribe those contraceptives. Mr. Speaker, we've improved patient access to IUDs, to cervical anesthetic by increasing physician compensation in those areas, paying family physicians who also provide care at maternity clinics through the LFP program. Mr. Speaker, developing a service contract model for midwives to support them in the work that they do in their full scope of practice. And Mr. Speaker, upholding the rights of people who are pregnant to make decisions for their bodies, for themselves. Starting next spring, we will, with support from the federal government, be providing free public coverage for hormone replacement therapy, Mr. Speaker. We have invested in vitro fertilization, helping families and women achieve the goals that they have in starting their own family. Mr. Speaker, I won't take anything from the other side that says we do not support women's health, because that is absolutely not true.
House Leader of the Official Opposition.
I hate to bring a different light to how we understand success when it comes to women's health in this province. In one of the most critical times of a woman's life, bringing a new child into the world, this government has thrust them into an uphill battle just to access care. When women do not feel safe, either walking in the streets or laying in a hospital bed, and they are surrounded by chaos, how can we accept the answers given by this government today that they care about women and women's health? We've heard story after story, and the suffering is only compounded by the ERs that are closed, by the pediatric wards that are shut down, and the OB/GYN teams that are driven out. This minister talks about crossing boundaries of health authorities, but we know that many people who want to receive care in a timely manner actually have to cross to the States and pay out of pocket. So my question is very simple. And in terms of commitments actually don't save lives. Doctors and nurses do. I just would like to ask the minister one simple question. How many women have to die before this government takes women's health seriously?
Minister of Health.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker, and I will proudly stand here and defend this government's record on supporting women, supporting reproductive rights, and doing everything that we can to help women and their families thrive. Mr. Speaker, the member talks about people crossing borders and crossing into the U.S. to pay out of pocket. Well, Mr. Speaker, I think often about what life would be like if they were on this side of the House. And I can tell you, people would be paying out of pocket because they would bring in two-tier...
Members, come to order.
Because they would be bringing in two-tier health care, enabling people with the money to get to the front of the line, whereas this government will stand for fair, equal access to universal health care every single day.
The bell ends the question period. Minister of Citizen Services. You have a report?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor to present the annual report of the Chief Records Officer.
You have another one?
I do, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor of presenting the annual report on the administration of the Freedom of Information and Privacy Act.
Thank you. Minister of Tourism, Arts and Culture.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I have the honour to present the BC Arts Council Annual Report 2024-25 and supporting documentation.
Thank you. Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise with pleasure to present the BC Treaty Commission Annual Report 2025 and thank the Commissioners and all nations for working together to find agreement and build a better province. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Minister of Finance.
Honourable Speaker, I have the honour of presenting two reports today. The first one, I respectfully present the Approved Guarantees and Indemnities Report for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2025, in accordance with the Financial Administration Act, Section 72, Sub 8. And the second, Honourable Speaker, pursuant to the Financial Administration Act, I am pleased to present reports for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2025 on all amounts borrowed by government and all amounts loaned to government bodies. These reports provide an overview of the province's borrowing activity in fiscal 24-25.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to table the Environmental Appeal Board 2024-25 Annual Report.
Madam Clerk.
Orders of the day.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. In this chamber, I call second reading on Bill 27, Miscellaneous Statute Amendment Act, and in the Douglas Fir Room, Section A, I call committee stage on Bill 12, the Motor Vehicles Act.
Yeah, but after our three speakers.
Can you?
Thank you, members. We will call this House back to order, and we will ask our Minister to introduce Bill 27.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move that the bill be now read a second time. This bill proposes to amend the listed acts as follows. The proposed amendments to the Community Charter and Vancouver Charter expand the existing framework under which a local government council or board meeting may or must be closed to the public to include circumstances related to the protection of sensitive Indigenous heritage, knowledge and expressions, and protection of confidential information related to intergovernmental negotiations. The amendment consists of two parts. They allow a council or board meeting to be closed when the subject matter being considered relates to information that would be prohibited from disclosure under Section 18.1 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, which protects information that, if disclosed, would harm the cultural practices or traditional knowledge of an indigenous people. The amendments also expand an existing provision to require that a council or board meeting be closed if it relates to the consideration of confidential information relating to negotiations involving local governments and First Nations. However, a council or board will still need to pass bylaws and make decisions in open meetings. These proposed legislative changes respond to requests for amendments received from local governments and First Nations and are expected to support local governments in building relationships with First Nations, advancing reconciliation, and fostering government-to-government relationships while balancing the principle of open, transparent governance through their targeted scope. The amendments to the School Act and consequential amendments to the Expropriation Act are in response to the May 23, 2025 decision of the British Columbia Supreme Court, BC-CSC, in which the court ordered the province to enact legislation within 6 months to provide for the expropriation of private property for the provision of francophone schooling by the Conseil scolaire francophonie de la Colombie-Britannique, commonly referred to as the CSF. For context, the CSF was established by the province in 1996 for the purpose of providing publicly funded francophone schooling to Section 23 rights holders. The province takes our constitutional obligations under Section 23 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms to facilitate minority francophone education very seriously. The CFS is the sole French language school district in British Columbia and serves the entire province. The other 59 school districts offer education primarily in English, and each serve a designated geographic region. The 59 Anglophone school districts are commonly referred to as majority boards of education. Currently, the School Act permits majority boards of education the power to expropriate land and improvements within their school district without the approval of the minister. The CSF does not have any expropriation authority. The recent BC Supreme Court order directed the province to enact legislation granting the CSF expropriation authority. The proposed amendments grant the CSF a new authority to expropriate lands and improvements for francophone schooling, subject to approval by the Minister of Infrastructure. Further, the amendments align expropriation powers for majority boards with those being provided to the CSF by requiring ministerial approval of expropriation powers for Anglophone boards of education. Requiring approval of the minister for all 60 boards of education aligns the legislation with existing approval processes. The changes to the Expropriation Act are consequential to these changes to the School Act. Lastly, these amendments meet the requirements of the court decision.
Thank you very much, Minister, for opening debate on Bill 27 this afternoon. Recognizing the Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'm honoured to rise in the House in support of Bill 27 and the proposed amendments to the School Act and the Expropriation Act. As the Minister of the Ministry of Infrastructure, one of my key responsibilities is major capital project planning services and delivery for schools. It is a responsibility, as members of the House know, that affects our most precious resource, our children and their futures. These amendments support the delivery of capital planning for all 60 school districts in the province. The amendments will do two things. The first thing that it will do is formalize existing practices by requiring ministerial approval prior to a school district expropriating private property. Expropriation is considered a tool of last resort that school districts have used only 3 times in the last 10 years. The second thing the amendment does is extend the authority to expropriate private property to the Conseil scolaire francophone de la Colombie-Britannique, known as the CSF. I could definitely benefit from additional French lessons, and would have in high school as well as a long time ago. The CSF is BC's only Francophone school district and has a province-wide mandate to deliver schooling in French to Francophone students. This amendment provides the CSF with the same powers of expropriation as all of the other 59 boards of education. The province takes its constitutional obligations under Section 23 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms very seriously. These obligations require that the province fund and facilitate minority Francophone education in many communities in British Columbia, and these amendments do just that. In addition, this portion of the amendments respond to the May 23, 2025 British Columbia Supreme Court decision directing the province to provide the CSF with expropriation power. The changes in Bill 27 align BC's expropriation powers with many other Canadian provinces where ministerial approval is required before a school authority can expropriate land, and where there is no distinction in expropriation powers between minority and majority language school boards. More broadly, these amendments will support our work to build the schools that families need in their communities. We are making historic investments in school capital so that all students can have the best educational experience possible. Since 2017, the province has invested over $6.6 billion in school capital, which has resulted in almost 46,500 new student spaces and over 39,000 additional seismically safe seats in BC schools. Of these new seats, over 20,000 are completed and 26,500 are currently underway. We will continue to work with all school boards to support education throughout British Columbia and expand access for families, because students deserve the opportunity to learn in the best environments possible. These amendments support our ongoing work to deliver for families, for communities, and for future generations. There is, of course, more work ahead, and we're committed to doing it in partnership with all school boards across BC. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Recognizing the member from Langley Walnut Grove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak to Bill 27, a piece of legislation which may at first glance appear modest, but in fact raises important questions about the proper role of school boards, local governance, property rights, and accountability in our province. I will be speaking to Part 1 today. Bill 27 enacts a number of amendments. In Part 1, it amends the School Act and the Expropriation Act. It clarifies when and how school boards and Francophone education authorities may acquire, hold, dispose of, or expropriate land for improvements. It also imposes new prior approval requirements for the minister. Additionally, bringing equal opportunities and requirements of Francophone CFS district schools is warranted. These changes are worthy of support in principle because they aim to clarify boards' authority to use land for educational and housing needs while introducing stronger oversight for significant actions like expropriation, which is a sensible balancing of local flexibility with accountability to taxpayers and the provincial government. A guiding principle for this side of the aisle is that decisions should be made as locally as possible by those closest to the communities affected. Yet decisions that can have large fiscal or property rights ramifications must carry appropriate checks. Bill 27 does this in several key ways. It enables school boards to acquire and hold land for improvements for truly educational purposes, including student or employee housing, outdoor spaces. That empowers districts to respond to local conditions. At the same time, when a board wishes to acquire land or expropriate land, Bill 27 requires prior ministerial approval. This is a reasonable check. The public interest, tax dollars, and property rights are at stake. In short, local school boards are still enabled, but with oversight. Expropriation, taking private property for public use, is by definition a significant governmental intrusion. Bill 27 rightly emphasizes that such powers should not be used lightly. The new wording clearly states that a board may expropriate land within its school district. But then it says the board must not expropriate land without prior approval of the minister. Moreover, Bill 27 ensures that this approval is not the same as the approval required under Section 18 of the Expropriation Act, thereby preserving the legal safeguards surrounding expropriation. These are important protections. They prevent boards from unilaterally wielding expropriation powers without oversight. This is reasonable. Property rights matter, and taxpayers must have transparency when governments seek to take or transform property. Clarity of legislative authority and transparent decision-making also matters. Bill 27 replaces older, more tangled sections of the School Act and Expropriation Act with clear language defining land to include any interest, clarifying the board's powers, specifying when approvals are needed. This clarity is good. When laws are understandable, boards can act confidently, citizens know what to expect, and accountability is higher. To strengthen transparency, we should insist that once land is disposed of, the proceeds be accounted for properly. They should not disappear into general budgets without trace. That kind of oversight ensures public trust. No bill is without its risks, and from a conservative vantage point, several caution flags should be raised. The phrase housing accommodation for students or employers, which I believe is in part 2 actually, is laudable, but if left loosely defined, it could lead to boards expanding into real estate speculation or expansive employee housing that bears little relation to core educational objectives. The ministerial approval regime must be active, not passive. Even with oversight, expropriation remains a heavy tool. Boards will need to demonstrate actual need of public benefit. The process must protect landowners' rights and ensure fair compensation. Subsection 5 allows disposal subject to the orders of the minister, but what guarantee is there that realized value of disposed assets is reinvested in educational purposes rather than diverted elsewhere? I would like a clear framework. Proceeds stay in the educational system in the district which it was acquired, are reinvested locally, and are reported transparently. And how does Bill 15 come into effect? Would there be motive or provisions for the minister to work outside the school districts to start an expropriation process? These are matters that I will bring up at the committee stage. Bill 27, to ensure that Bill 27 delivers its promise, I offer the following implementation recommendations. Boards proposing expropriation should be required to publish a clear rationale, cost-benefit analysis, alternatives considered, and how the acquisition supports student outcomes and how they will protect landowners' rights and compensation. When boards dispose of land or improvements, the proceeds should be assigned to a designated fund locally with annual reporting on how the funds were used, ensuring public oversight. And I would like to see that the minister carry out periodic audits of boards, land portfolios, acquisitions, holdings, and disposals to ensure that boards are acting prudently, delivering on the educational purpose, and avoiding excessive risk or speculation. In British Columbia, our schools are the bedrock of our society. They influence not only academic outcomes, but community stability, teacher retention, and student well-being, and local identity. From my lens, enabling communities to build what they need where they need it without unnecessary red tape is a positive move, but we must guard against unintended consequences. If left unchecked, boards might venture into real estate deals, land holding for speculative purposes, or expropriation as a default rather than a last resort. We must keep the focus on students and teachers and not land portfolios. Additionally, the clarity about ministerial approval seeks to prevent jurisdictional confusion and unintended financial burdens on taxpayers. That is critical in a province where many school districts are already feeling stretched. Careful governance, transparent oversight, and clear communication are essential. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, in principle, I support Bill 27, and it acknowledges important realities, that schools need land and improvements, that boards require flexibility, that property rights must be respected, and that oversight matters. That said, must come with vigilance. My call to the government, the minister, and school boards and this legislature are the following. Let us ensure that ministerial approval processes are robust. Let us track and report every major acquisition and disposal with public performance metrics and outcomes for students and the community. Let us safeguard property rights and ensure expropriation remains a tool of last resort, subject to full accountability. And let us focus relentlessly on students and educators, because that is why we have school districts, boards, and we pass laws like these in the first place. If we do these things, Bill 27 can indeed become a positive step, enabling smarter infrastructure and better educational environments. If we fail to exercise appropriate guardrails, we risk mission creep, tax burden, and diminished trust. So I will be supporting second reading with a clear understanding that with great flexibility comes great responsibility. Let us ensure that the powers granted to lead to tangible outcomes tomorrow. Better classrooms, better support for students and teachers, responsible stewardship of public assets, and a stronger commitment to local communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to the committee stage work to work with colleagues to refine and implement these changes.
Thank you very much, member. Recognizing the Minister of Housing and Municipal Affairs.
Thank you very much. Today I'm pleased to speak to proposed amendments to the Community Charter and the Vancouver Charter that will allow local governments to hold closed meetings under specific circumstances when discussing confidential or culturally sensitive information shared by First Nations. These changes were driven directly by local governments, with strong leadership from the Union of BC Municipalities. UBCM passed resolutions in 2017 and 2023 calling for these amendments, and municipalities across BC have consistently voiced their support. The City of Vancouver also formally requested changes to the Vancouver Charter to enable in-camera government-to-government negotiations between the City of Vancouver and Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. I'd like to share a couple quotes of support from local governments. Mayor Ross Simons of Abbotsford shared that the City of Abbotsford supports the proposed changes to the Community Charter's closed meeting provisions, saying, this legislative update will assist all communities in fostering respectful government-to-government relationships with First Nations and advancing reconciliation through confidential, trust-building dialogue. I'll also share a quote from Mayor Richard Stewart from Coquitlam. Reconciliation is a key priority at the City of Coquitlam, and we have actively committed to strengthening relationships with local First Nations through open and honest conversations. These proposed official changes to the Community Charter are intended to enable local governments and First Nations to meet to advance government-to-government relationships, which includes the sharing of confidential and culturally sensitive First Nations traditional knowledge. These amendments bring local government in line with provincial and federal practices, which already allow closed meetings for similar reasons. So let me be clear. Transparency remains a core principle of local governance. These changes do not alter the requirement that decisions, bylaws, and final votes must still be made in public meetings. What's changing is the ability to hold closed meetings in very specific circumstances when discussing confidential or culturally sensitive information shared by First Nations or during intergovernmental negotiations. This isn't about avoiding public scrutiny, it's about respecting Indigenous rights, protecting sensitive cultural knowledge, and creating space for trust-based collaboration. These are situations where public disclosure could cause harm, for example, revealing the location of sacred sites or sharing details of ongoing negotiations. The scope of these changes is narrow and clearly defined. Councils and boards remain accountable to their communities, and the province will provide guidance to ensure these new provisions are used appropriately. This is a step forward in reconciliation requested by local governments repeatedly, and it reflects the province's commitment to supporting local governments and to supporting respectful government-to-government relationships. Again, this work responds to numerous requests, and these changes would allow local governments and First Nations to collaborate and build trust. New closed meeting rules will only apply in specific situations to balance out those requests from local governments and the important government-to-government work that they have on their plate, with a commitment to continuing to uphold the priorities of transparency and respectful collaboration. There will be no changes to requirements about final decisions, and the province will be available to provide guidance as local governments navigate and make informed choices under the new rules. I thought it would be helpful to provide an example about where these new rules might come into play. So here is one of a number of tangible examples that we have heard from local governments as to why these changes are needed. If a local government wants to approve a certain land use for a specific site that would impact a First Nations traditional use of a river as a bathing site, the First Nation doesn't want to provide the detailed location of the site in a public meeting to protect the site from increased public use or from vandalism or illegal scavenging or more. In that example, the First Nation and the local council could meet in a in-camera meeting to discuss impacts of a proposed land change on the sacred or cultural or spiritual use of the site, but the final land use decision and related bylaws would still need to be decided in an open public meeting. We've heard similar examples related to this request from local governments when talking about sacred or spiritual sites. Similarly, conversations related to traditional Indigenous knowledge, where understandably a nation wants to protect some portion of that knowledge or specific site locations, while understandably working government to government on good outcomes, and those outcomes still being transparently made in the public eye and communicated to the public. These are important balances to be made, and that's why local governments have continued to request this change from the province, and why we have worked closely with local leaders and the Union of BC Municipalities on these changes. I again think it's important to reflect that these are provisions that local governments already have in place in their government-to-government work with the provincial government and with the federal government. And so expanding those same provisions to allow for government-to-government work with nations where important land use decisions are being made will allow for improved coordination, improved communication that allows those local governments to deliver on their priorities and that supports interest in partnership and trust building and collaboration. Chair, I can speak to my own experience in the City of Vancouver where, and I spoke earlier to the City of Vancouver's specific request for this change in addition to 2 resolutions passed at the Union of BC Municipalities. The City of Vancouver is doing important work in collaboration with Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations on the delivery of housing, on support for members of those nations living within the city's boundaries, as well as other Indigenous First Nations residents in those boundaries. Important government-to-government conversations should be able to happen, as they do with other levels of government, where there's sensitive and culturally significant information, while maintaining a commitment to public transparency. I can say as well, and it's reflected in the 2 quotes that I read, as well as support from a broad number of local governments, that there is incredible work happening led by local governments and regional districts around this province in partnership with First Nations to deliver on affordable housing, to deliver on access to lands and park use, and a whole number of shared regional and provincial priorities, where these partnerships allow us to do more for more people all across the province. So this important work, again, requested by local governments, in line with what is already at stake or in place for local governments related to provincial and federal governments. This is a small amendment that allows that partnership work and collaboration to continue, and I strongly support it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister. Recognizing Peace River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think most people in this House would be aware that I am an engineer, and as such, I am driven to find efficiencies in everything that I can. So I do want to recognize the fantastic contribution of the folks that look after us in this House, and please don't take any offense at me taking the efficiency of grabbing the podium from my colleague. No offense intended. We certainly appreciate your contributions, without question. The other reason that I'm happy to speak in support of Bill 27 is, again, my drive toward efficiency. Bill 27, of course, is the Miscellaneous Statute Amendment Act, number 2 of 2025. And while this bill, wow, I guess engineers can't talk properly, can they? My other engineering colleague. While this bill may appear technical in nature, it carries significance for how we build schools and how governments at every level relate to one another. It touches 2 critical pillars of governance: education and intergovernmental relations, and both deserve thorough scrutiny. As Conservatives, we support pragmatic legislation that removes barriers, increases fairness, and respects accountability. Bill 27 achieves a part of that goal, if not a good portion of that goal. But as with many omnibus amendments, the details demand vigilance. Mr. Speaker, the first portion of Bill 27 amends the School Act to align the powers of English language and Francophone school boards. For decades, School District 93 has operated without the same authority to purchase or expropriate land for the purpose of building new schools. This imbalance created real-world consequences. Those included overcrowded classrooms, delays in building approvals, and missed opportunities to serve Francophone families who value education in both of Canada's official languages. The Conservative Party supports this correction. It recognizes linguistic equality and administrative consistency. It means all boards can now respond to growth and demographics without needless provincial bottlenecks. Yet, Mr. Speaker, with every new authority must come oversight. Expropriation is not a casual tool. It is the most coercive instrument government holds over private citizens. When we empower school boards to take land, we must ensure that property rights are respected, that fair compensation is transparent, and that ministerial approvals, those of us that are held to account by the electorate, remain more than just a formality. We therefore call on the Minister of Education to publish clear public guidelines to be followed whenever expropriation is contemplated. Guidelines that ensure landowners are treated with dignity and that boards justify each and every acquisition and do it in a public manner. Modernizing the School Act is wise, but modernization without transparency invites mistrust. We will support this portion of the bill while urging government to reinforce procedural fairness through policy, not merely through statute. Where we urge caution, in addition, is the expanded authority to meet in camera. And while my esteemed colleague did speak of some examples where that may be appropriate, holding closed-door discussions, I would caution again, between municipalities and Indigenous governments can potentially lead to mistrust. And I respect and honor the comments that were made by my colleague. Confidentiality, to say further, confidentiality can at times be necessary to foster trust and reach agreements in good faith, as has been stated. That being said, the Conservative Party of British Columbia maintains that transparency must remain the default, not the exception. Too often, residents learn after the fact that decisions affecting land use, taxation, or shared services were made privately with minimal disclosure. My concern is that this undermines the credibility of everyone at the table, or potentially does, municipal, provincial, or Indigenous. We therefore encourage government to pair these amendments with a public reporting requirement, a short summary after each in-camera meeting, outlining the purpose, the scope, and any non-confidential outcomes. In my estimation, doing so would maintain public confidence without compromising sensitive negotiations. Mr. Speaker, this bill demonstrates that effective governance is often about alignment, not reinvention. By updating the School Act and the municipal charters, Bill 27 brings clarity where confusion once existed. It ensures consistency across education systems and across levels of government. Yet we must guard against the temptation to treat technical amendments as simply routine. Each clause carries long-term implications for how power is used or can be used. We, as legislators, owe it to British Columbians to ensure that such power remains checked by oversight, accountability, and beyond all, public trust. The Conservative Party of British Columbia believes in principled decentralization, placing authority closer to those who are affected by it, but within a framework of rigorous transparency. Bill 27 does indeed move in that direction, and we will support it while holding government to the standards that good governance demands. In closing, Mr. Speaker, Bill 27 is not dramatic legislation, and that, in my estimation, is its strength. It addresses real gaps that have hindered education delivery and intergovernmental collaboration. We, on this side of the House, support the bill because it is technically sound, administratively rational, and socially fair. Our support, as stated previously, however, comes with an exception. The exception being that these powers will be used judiciously, that citizens will be kept informed, and that transparency will remain the cornerstone of public trust. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, member. Recognizing the leader of our third party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Another engineer that's having trouble getting words out today. Must be Monday. Third party caucus welcomes these proposed changes that would afford the same privilege and confidentiality to First Nations as we do to other governments with respect to negotiations between governments. Proposed amendments allow or require local governments to hold closed meetings when discussing culturally sensitive and confidential information, but they don't change requirements to make final decisions in open meetings. Corey Ramsey of the UBCM, Union of British Columbia Municipalities, said her group and First Nations requested the changes, saying they give nations the same level of confidentiality that other levels of government receive, which is fair. These proposed changes are a step forward in recognizing the nation-to-nation relationship between Indigenous communities and municipal governments. This is not about exclusion, Mr. Speaker. This is about ensuring that First Nations receive the same level of confidentiality, and it's about creating a more just and respectful way of working together. We support these changes, and we stand firmly against any rhetoric that seeks to diminish Indigenous sovereignty, silence Indigenous voices, or question the legitimacy of Indigenous ways of governance. With respect to expropriating land for Francophone schools, we support this change, but wish it came with commensurate support for other languages, including Indigenous languages, and we urge the government's consideration be given to that eventuality. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, member. Recognizing Peace River North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak to Bill 27 and to the quiet but significant shift of power it represents, a bill that on the surface looks procedural, administrative, even harmless, but beneath its technical language, this bill reaches deep into two pillars of democracy: property rights and government transparency. I will speak very directly when it comes to my region that I have actually seen the effects of hidden transparency. When it comes to the effects of caribou protection in my region and transparency being hidden with the current government and how that was done and the consultation that happened with my region, when it finally did come out to the public, it caused mass confusion and a lot of problems. I urge this government to encourage transparency in the biggest way forward. Especially, I fully endorse First Nations and their cultural practices, and we have to learn about them. The best way to learn about them is to actually have them out in the open, so then people know about them, not hide them behind closed doors. I think that the truth is what people want to hear, and if it comes out at the last moment, after decisions already been made, that's where, in my region, that's where I saw a lot of racism come out, and it wasn't a nice thing to see. My first concern, Bill 27, repeals and rewrites Section 96 of the School Act. It now gives school boards and Francophone authorities the explicit power to acquire, hold, and expropriate land, not just for classrooms, but for staff housing, student housing, board offices, and outdoor facilities. That's a sweeping definition of educational purposes. This means that a school board with ministerial approval could take private land that someone's family has worked for generations, and call it educational. And the safeguard, a single minister's signature. The bill even states that the ministerial approval for the expropriation is not approval under the Expropriation Act, meaning it may bypass the very process that ensures notice, hearings, and fairness for affected landowners. Mr. Speaker, when the government rewrites laws to make it easier to take land, every British Columbia should pay attention. Because this isn't just about new classrooms, it's about state power over private property power that can be used or abused depending on who holds the pen. My second concern under this bill, the minister becomes the gatekeeper of local land decision. A school board can't expropriate without the minister's approval, but the criteria for that approval is nowhere to be found. No public list, no clear process, no right of appeal. That means decisions affecting entire communities can be made in Victoria behind a desk with no obligation to explain the reasoning. That's not oversight, that's control. We've seen this pattern before. Local decision-making eroded, provincial power expanded, and transparently, quietly replaced by ministerial discretion. Bill 27 also changes the community charter and the Vancouver Charter, expanding the reasons that city councils can meet in secret. It introduces new clauses that allow and require closed meetings when the discussions involve Indigenous entities or information harmful to Indigenous interests under FOIPPA. Now, reconciliation is important. Protecting sensitive cultural information is important. But if we start closing doors more often than we open them, we lose one of the cornerstones of democracy, public accountability. Municipal councils already struggle with the balance between privacy and transparency. This bill tips that balance too far. It normalizes secrecy. It creates a culture where closed becomes the default, not the exception. And what's more, it gives the Cabinet the power to decide who qualifies as Indigenous entity. No clear definition, no published criteria, just regulation at the discretion of the Cabinet. That's a dangerous level of ambiguity, because when the government decides who counts as government, it's already forgotten what democracy means. Put these two pieces together, new powers to expropriate land and new powers to close public meetings, and you start to see the architecture of quiet control. On their own, each change could be defended as administrative fine-tuning. Together, they point to a steady trend: less transparency, less accountability, and less respect for property rights. This government has made a habit of centralizing authority, of saying, trust us, we'll decide what's in the public interest. But democracy doesn't run on trust, it runs on transparency. When people lose the right to see what's happening behind the doors of power, or worse, when they lose the right to keep their own land, it's not progress, it's regression. Mr. Speaker, Bill 27 may not make headlines, but it should, because it quietly hands the government the tools to take land and to hide decisions. If this government truly values democracy, then it should be strengthening public safeguards, not removing them. It should be clarifying rights, not blurring them. It should be opening doors and not closing them. The people of British Columbia deserve better than backroom expropriations and closed-door councils. They deserve a government that operates in daylight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, member. Recognizing the member from Ladysmith, Oceanside.
Yay! Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise today to speak in strong support of Bill 27, the Miscellaneous Statutes Amendments Act. While the name suggests that it's routine legislation, this bill is anything but routine. It contains thoughtful, forward-looking amendments that touch on two foundational pillars of our province: respectful governance with Indigenous communities and the future of public education infrastructure. Let's start with the amendments to the Community Charter, which represent significant and respectful evolution in how local governments engage with First Nations. These changes respond to direct requests from the Union of BC Municipalities, from the City of Vancouver, from local governments, and First Nations. The Union of BC Municipalities passed resolutions in 2017 and in 2023 calling for these changes. In March 2024, the City of Vancouver formally requested that the Vancouver Charter be amended to provide the ability to conduct government-to-government negotiations in camera with the nations that are within the city's boundaries. Currently, local governments can only close meetings for a very limited set of reasons, and that doesn't include First Nations relations. It's outdated. These changes allow First Nations governments the same provisions as other local governments when engaging, as other levels of governments when engaging with local governments. They're not more provisions. They're not different provisions. They're the same provisions, The proposed changes align with Section 18.1 of the Freedom of Information of Protection of Privacy Act, which states that a public body must not release information if it could reasonably be expected to harm the rights of Indigenous people. These changes will give local governments and First Nations the space they need to collaborate and build trust during negotiations. And this is not a departure from transparency. It's a recognition that reconciliation requires trust. And trust is built through respectful dialogue. When I was a school trustee, it's a little bit different, but still the same. I was on the Board of Education, and we made truth and reconciliation a strategic goal because we knew it would improve the learning outcomes, not just of the Indigenous students in our school district, but of all the students in our school district. And in order to be able to follow through on that, it required deep relationship building with the nations whose territory fell within the boundaries of the school district. And that meant we had to do hard work to get past both the long-term and the near-term harms caused by the school district. It was hard work. It was not work that could be done in private or in public. It was work that needed to be done in private. It was relationship building work. And that work resulted in a school called Quanquam Saliwith, which is a tripartite partnership between the school district, between the nation, and the federal government. The school is built by the federal government, run by the school district on nation land. It is the only one of its kind in British Columbia, and that's the type of good work and results that comes out of the ability to have these important discussions. For too long, Indigenous governments have had to navigate public forums that are not conducive to the conversations needed to build meaningful partnerships and deal with culturally sensitive and appropriate issues. And they've had to do this, no other level of government has had to endure that. They've had to do this separately. In my riding, there are a number of sacred sites that require cross-government work for protection and maintenance. And these are sort of, everybody knows that this area is a burial site. But what everybody doesn't know is where on that site the remains have been repatriated. Remains that got dug up because of culturally insensitive ways of building and developing in the past, that were allowed to be repatriated in a culturally appropriate and sensitive way. And we know in our community that there are remains there. We know the area, but we don't know the exact spot. And that's what we're talking about here. The nations don't want to publicly disclose these locations, but they're also not looking to limit access. They just simply want to discuss these issues in a constructive and respectful manner that recognizes and protects the privacy and sacred nature of these areas. By creating space for private, culturally appropriate discussions, we are saying clearly that we respect protocol, we are committed to evolving practice in order to do better and to be better. I heard a great saying the other day, change is required because the future is different than the past. And that is what these amendments represent. Change that reflects a better future that is different from the past. These amendments broaden the scope of mandatory closed meetings for intergovernmental negotiations, ensuring that sensitive discussions between governments, whether local, provincial, or Indigenous, can occur in protected space. This is about creating conditions for collaboration and not secrecy. And importantly, while discussions may be private, decisions remain public, preserving the democratic accountability that British Columbians expect and deserve. This is reconciliation in action. It's not symbolic, it's structural. It's about embedding respect into the very fabric of our governance systems. The province has also completed engagement with First Nations, Treaty Nations, and local governments across BC, and the feedback from these engagements confirmed broad support for protecting
confidential and culturally sensitive information so that local governments and First Nations can collaborate and build trust during negotiations. The proposed updates reflect the province's commitment to reconciliation and to building government-to-government relationships. I'm just going to finish up by talking a little bit about the School Act amendments. We see another vital area of reform here, and this time it's focused on education infrastructure. The bill clarifies the authority of boards of education and the Francophone School District to acquire, hold, and when necessary, expropriate land for educational purposes. It's quite simply a practical change. As we've been said, it aligns the province, as has been said, it aligns the province with other provinces. In communities across British Columbia, we are seeing growing student populations, changing demographics, and increased demand for modern learning environments. School boards need clear, consistent tools to plan for the future, and these amendments help provide that clarity. They also introduce an important safeguard. Ministerial approval is required for any acquisition or expropriation outside the board's jurisdiction. This ensures that while boards are empowered to act, there is provincial oversight to maintain fairness, coordination, and alignment with broader educational goals. Let me be clear that expropriation is not a tool to be used lightly, and that's why provincial oversight remains in place. In rare cases, it may be necessary to ensure that students have access to safe, accessible, and high-quality learning spaces, and these amendments ensure that when decisions are made, they are made with transparency, with accountability, and with purpose. Taken together, the changes in Bill 27 reflect a government that is responsive, responsible, and respectful. We are strengthening relationships with Indigenous communities, supporting local governments, and ensuring our education system has the tools it needs to grow with British Columbia. This bill touches on many of the core values of our province and reflects on our desire to ensure legislation reflects those values. Those of respect for Indigenous rights, commitment to public education, and a belief in good governance. I urge all members of the House to support this bill. It's thoughtful, it's principled, and it's necessary legislation that moves British Columbia forward and reflects the needs of our growing and changing province. Thank you.
Thank you very much, member. Recognizing the member from Columbia River, Revelstoke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my colleagues. I'm sorry I did jump the queue here as I have another engagement in a few moments. I'm going to be very brief, speaking to Bill 27 here this afternoon. I think most of my questions, Mr. Speaker, can be answered in the committee stage when we move through here. I have to say, after initially hearing the first reading, I had some concerns about this. I still have some questions, but it's refreshing again to know that this was brought forward by the Union of BC Municipalities, because to be completely frank, Mr. Speaker, when I hear closed-door meetings in the provincial government, I get a little nervous, and I think the opposition, we feel the same way, that transparency is extremely important here. I have a couple of questions that I'd like to address just around some of the wording in the legislation. I think, first of all, we have to be very cautious, just about disclosing some of this information that's being discussed in these meetings. Mr. Speaker, I think disclosing it or not has to be done in a fair and open way. I know the Minister of Housing and Municipal Affairs talked about open public voting that's available on the public record. But I think, for example, if there's sensitive information that's shared, for example, with a local nation, I think there has to be a mechanism for how those discussions take place and sharing that with non-Indigenous British Columbians as well. Mr. Speaker, Indigenous entity, I know it was brought up earlier. I think that's something that we need to just look at a little bit more closely. And I'm going to explain why here just very briefly. I know I'm used to hearing Indigenous governing body, and the language, it looks like it's been changed here. So does that include the Métis, for example? Who represents the Métis at those closed-door meetings? Is it land-based nations only that get to participate with local governments? If we're we have certain things happening in the province right now with US-based tribes. The Sinaiaks, for example, being given Aboriginal rights by the Supreme Court of Canada, but they have no land claim that's been granted by the Supreme Court here. So do they or don't they get to sit down with, say, the Nelson Municipal Council? Same with the Lummi. Right now there's some things happening in the court which I can't discuss around consultation. So I think there's legitimate questions to be asked here, Mr. Speaker, if we're going to go down this road, which UBCM appears that they are hoping to. There has to be some guardrails in here so that it's done in the right way. And with that, I'll be asking those questions in more detail at committee. So thank you for the time, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, member. Recognizing West Vancouver Capilano.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are here today to discuss or review or scrutinize Bill 27, the Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act No. 2, 2025. And I must say, I do agree overall intent. I agree with my former trustee colleague across the way, that overall the intent is good. However, there's a couple of issues I would like to discuss. Well, we must acknowledge that this legislation contains necessary technical clarifications and functional updates. We must also examine provisions that have the potential to impact the foundational principles of British Columbia: local accountability and transparency in governance. And as a former teacher and as a former trustee, I believe it is prudent to ensure clarity and understanding before we just say everything's good. This legislation attempts to push through two concerning changes. First, concentration of power that diminishes the jurisdiction of our local elected school boards, and second, an expansion of municipal secrecy that compromises the public's fundamental right to know. We must ensure that these amendments, which primarily address land authority and municipal confidentiality, do not inadvertently result in an unacceptable level of centralization and secrecy. Part 1, local autonomy and the question of centralized control, clauses 1, 2, and 3. Our commitment as Conservatives begins at the grassroots level, trusting local communities and elected officials to make decisions regarding local assets and education. This commitment is why Part 1, the infrastructure amendments, requires scrutiny. We do support necessary updates. Clause 1 modernizes the rules on how school boards acquire, hold, expropriate, and dispose of land or buildings. It clarifies that land may be acquired for modern educational purposes, including providing housing accommodation for students or employees or areas for outdoor activities. We see these adjustments as necessary for meeting modern educational requirements. Furthermore, we recognize the functional alignment achieved through Clause 2. This provision aligns the power of the Francophone Educational Authority, such as Conseil Scolaire Francophone, SD 93, with that of English language boards, enabling them to acquire land to build more schools. Prior to this amendment, SD 93 did not have this specific authority. This change will enable more opportunities for parents whose children are educated in Canada's second official language. The core issue is mandatory ministerial oversight over expropriation. While school boards already possess the authority to acquire and expropriate land, the core issue of concern in this section relates to the mechanism of control over this ultimate power. Expropriation is the state's most drastic seizure measure, its ultimate power over citizens' private assets. Under the new Section 96 of the School Act, Clause 1, adds a requirement stating that a board must not expropriate land without the prior approval of the minister. This exact requirement for mandatory ministerial oversight is mirrored for the Francophone Educational Authority through Clause 2. This provision raises profound questions about how local accountability will be maintained. 1. Centralization of decision-making. Local elected school trustees are directly accountable to the parents and taxpayers in their school district and understand the localized need for a new site far better than a minister based in Victoria, particularly when the Minister of Transportation and Transit is listed as the sponsor of this bill. Does placing the final decisive authority for a localized land use decision in a political office in Victoria risk concentrating authority away from the community, thereby undermining the principle of local accountability? 2. Diminish local roles. If local trustees must seek permission from the provincial capital for their most contentious decisions, does this provision risk diminishing the status of elected local officials, reducing them to mere supplicants or petitioners requesting permission from the provincial government? 3. Obscuring accountability. Clause 3 formalizes the systemic shift by updating the Expropriation Act and formally designating the minister as the approving authority for the purpose of expropriation. While defining a clear approving authority aligns the process for both English and Francophone bodies, does this not simultaneously confuse accountability, making the minister, rather than the local board, ultimately responsible for the controversial decision to seize private land? While we acknowledge the intention to align procedures, we must carefully consider if mandatory ministerial control over expropriation undermines the principle of local autonomy. We must resist the concentration of power and defend the jurisdiction of local elected boards. Part 2, transparency and municipal negotiations, specifically clauses 4, 5, and 6. If Part 1 raises concerns about centralized authority, Part 2 concerning housing and municipal affairs amendments raises questions about the openness of local governance across British Columbia. Transparency and scrutiny are indispensable cornerstones of effective governance, ensuring citizens know how their tax dollars are spent. Clauses 4 and 5 amend the Community Charter and the Vancouver Charter, respectively, to expand the list of circumstances where a municipal council meeting may or must be closed to the public, i.e. held in camera. Now, we have to understand the intent versus potential risk. The specific expansion relates to information concerning negotiations held between the municipality and a First Nation, between the municipality and a prescribed Indigenous entity. We recognize the stated intent here to grant equal title to First Nations as government for the purposes of negotiations, moving them away from being classified as a third party. We understand the importance of facilitating sensitive government-to-government dealings. However, this expansion creates a significant loophole for secrecy, and we must assess the potential consequences of this expansion on public oversight. 1. Risk of oversight void. When negotiations involve complex matters like major land deals, financial arrangements, or shared service agreements, potentially spanning decades and involving substantial taxpayer dollars, allowing these transactions to be formulated entirely behind closed doors fundamentally compromises the public's fundamental right to know. The public and us, we need assurance that this expansion will not create an accountability vacuum where public funds and infrastructure decisions lack maximum visibility. 2. Regulatory expansion, or the delegation of power. A further policy question arises from Clause 6. This clause grants the Lieutenant Governor in Council the regulation-making power to prescribe additional Indigenous entities under the Vancouver Charter. This ability to designate supplementary Indigenous bodies via regulatory decree means the scope of this confidentiality clause could be indefinitely enlarged without further legislative debate. Does this delegation of power risk undue expansion of secrecy and circumvent necessary parliamentary discussion? Once designated, that organization will be recognized by the City of Vancouver as a recognized government for negotiation purposes when a meeting can be held in private. We insist that community administrations must function with utmost visibility. We must stand firm against provisions that introduce mandatory central controls over elected local officials, and those that potentially expand secrecy where openness is paramount. So, friends, colleagues, and fellow defenders of conservative principles, Bill 27 is a measure that requires careful assessment. It is dressed up as technical housekeeping, but its potential consequences involve centralization and secrecy. We support the necessary technical amendments that clarify the ability of school boards to acquire land for crucial purposes like providing housing for students or staff, but we must stand firm against the concerning elements. The ministerial mandate, clauses 1, 2, and 3, I feel that requirement is unacceptable, that the minister's prior approval before any local school board or francophone educational authority can expropriate land. We choose local autonomy over bureaucratic overreach. 2, the secrecy provision in clauses 4, 5, and 6. Again, we reject the expansion of closed-door municipal meetings, which creates an unacceptable oversight void and allows for the creep of power through regulation. We choose public transparency over governmental convenience. While we do support the overall intent of this bill, we call on this government to amend Bill 27 when in committee and withdraw or amend those clauses that erode transparency and centralize power so that this bill respects the democratic rights of all British Columbians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, member. Just a reminder to silence our electronic devices, recognizing the leader of our fourth party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand to speak out against, I'm particularly concerned about these changes to the Vancouver Charter today. I mentioned it earlier during question period, and the concern here is the normalizing of secrecy and leaving the public in the dark when negotiations are taking place is a very dangerous step for our society. To the extent that any discussions involve the transfer of public money, public land, and power, the taxpayers of British Columbia and the cities involved must have access to all information. This is a step too far. My friends across the aisle have made the argument that this is a respectful move in support of intergovernmental, they call it intergovernmental discussions between nation to nation or government to government. But the comparison there is really not on par. The Indigenous bands only owe a duty to their band members. They do not owe a duty to the taxpayers of the cities or of the province. They are mandated only to have a fiduciary duty owed to their members. Therefore, the comparison to other intergovernmental negotiations is not on par. It's logically not the same thing at all. If intergovernmental negotiations yield unhappy results, and taxpayers are unhappy with it, there is recourse for those taxpayers. The problem we have here is that if there's an unhappy result and taxpayers find that a secret negotiation has taken place, resulting in a massive agreement, which is what we're seeing, and I'll come to a couple of those in a minute, there is no recourse for the taxpaying citizens of the province or the city. This is a major problem. We know that trust is not built through respectful dialogue. Trust is built through transparency and verification. We can all say that we trust one another, but that would mean we wouldn't even have to have an open legislature if we're just going to rely on respectful communication to make policy in this province. And if this is only about sacred spaces and sensitive issues for Indigenous peoples, for example, then we can deal with that on an as-needed basis, on a case-by-case basis. But it's certainly not a reason to shut down all transparency when it involves First Nations matters. Now, this matter came up specifically in my riding with respect to a street called Trutch Street, formerly known as Trutch Street. And there was some outcry because a document was leaked from the City of Vancouver that showed that $33,500 had been spent on the renaming ceremony for this street. Now, this is a renaming that was requested by the First Nation, Musqueam First Nation, but then they had to pay people to go and attend their own event that they had asked for. And the citizens of Vancouver ended up paying to have people from the Musqueam Nation go to attend. And this was not received very well by the taxpayers of Vancouver. And they were shocked to learn that it was a request that this material not be made public anymore and be returned. Of course, it couldn't be, and it shouldn't be, because anyone who's receiving public money needs to be open to questions and to be transparent about it. Same way as members of this legislature have to disclose their personal holdings. It's not comfortable. I don't like telling people everything I own. Does anybody in here? No. But that's part of the job, and it's part of the thing that happens when you're taking public money. I would like to reiterate that whenever we're talking about public money, public land, and power in this province, it has to be totally transparent. If taxpayers are paying for it, they get to see where it's going and what's happening. If we're dealing with sacred spaces and so on, there's ways of dealing with that. I also want to ask, what were the specific concerns of the Indigenous groups in the UBCM when they suggested these changes? I personally have had a very unfortunate experience at the UBCM just 2 weeks ago when I was supposed to speak there, and I would have to question the trustworthiness of that organization 100% at this point. As the leader of the fourth party, I was scheduled to speak at the UBCM and just before the lunch break, and a city councillor who sits on the UBCM named Councillor Pete Fry decided to excuse everyone from the building and told everyone to leave for lunch right before I was supposed to get up to speak. So 500 people all filtered out of that room. And then the president, Ms. Manduego, waited a few minutes. It was clearly pre-planned. She waited a few seconds, few minutes, and then said, oh, and by the way, our next speaker is the leader of 1BC. And I went up and spoke to an empty room. That's the UBCM. Then when we requested an apology, they did a feeble retraction, published the speeches given by a brand new leader of the Green Party. They published the comments
Could I ask you to direct your attention to Bill 27, please?
Yes. The reason I'm bringing this up, Mr. Speaker, is that the UBCM has requested these changes, and I already see shenanigans going on there. And this is what happens when things are closed down. So I ask, what is next? Are we going to demand closed courts when it involves these issues? Are we going to have a closed legislature when it involves these issues? And in my view, this is a step that is way too far. Normalizing secrecy and leaving the public in the dark as to the outcome results in fait accompli. And we've also seen this up on the Sunshine Coast in Pender Harbour. Now a lawsuit has been launched because there has been a massive deal sprung on the community of Pender Harbour, Garden Bay, and so on, that they had no idea was coming. And in the documents, the petition to the court, it shows that the residents of that area repeatedly asked for information regarding what's going on with all of this, because they were receiving notices about the docks that they have in front of their homes, and they were repeatedly met with stonewalling. Suddenly, out of the blue, comes this joint decision-making agreement, and people are shocked. And so now we're in a lawsuit. And I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, you're aware of that lawsuit. In any event, I reject closed-door municipal discussions on issues such as this, and the taxpayers have to be aware of what's going on with their taxpayers' money, and when land is being transferred, money is being transferred, and power is being transferred, it needs to be openly discussed. I'm 100% against these changes to the Vancouver Charter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, member. We will now call on our member from Fraser-Nicola for continued debate on Bill 27.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate the opportunity to stand here and address Bill 27. I think we're getting close to maybe having enough understanding. It's a fairly obnoxious, transparent bill in some respects here. It's fairly simplistic, but on its surface, this bill addresses particular concerns, especially around the acquisition of land acquisition for schools, equity for Francophone education authorities, and tools for municipalities to work more effectively with Indigenous governments. These goals are legitimate in many respects, probably well overdue, like a lot of business in the House. But this House must carefully weigh not just what this bill enables, but how it might be used or misused down the line. So let's begin with this bill has to offer. First, it does grant the Conseil Scolaire Francophones the same power that other schools boards already hold, namely the authority to expropriate land when needed. That's just a fairness and equity position here that this bill is clarifying and rectifying. And that is a matter of fairness. Parents choosing to educate their children in French and English shouldn't have to be classified as second-class citizens because their schools aren't able to get the land they need for expansion and for growth. So it's good to give them the tools that they need. Second, the bill clarifies the authority of school boards to acquire land, including for educational use like staff and student housing. Given the population pressures in many districts, this is a practical step. It equips boards with more tools to secure space in a competitive real estate environment. Third, it recognizes Indigenous entities for the purpose of local negotiation, modernizing BC's legal framework to reflect the reality of government-to-government relationships. And it allows local councils to hold closed meetings in cases involving sensitive cultural or negotiated matters. That's in line with reconciliation and with requests for both Indigenous and municipal governments. And I believe in this side of the House we do support, in principle, those facts. And all these things seem sensible in principle. Let's have a look at more precisely of what this may look. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill also contains risk. I think that's been outlined a little bit here in some of the speeches already this afternoon. In particular in two areas, expanded expropriation powers for school boards and the erosion of transparency through broader use of closed-door meeting. I know when I was on council, you were allowed to close doors for three reasons: land, legal, and labor. And now this government seems to be wanting to creep a few more things into that thing, and that's fine if that's what they want to do, but just be prepared for what may the ramifications should that happen. Because one thing a government needs, and us politicians needs, is more trust from the people, which seems to be eroding over these last number of years. So let's be clear: expropriation is not just another procurement tool; it is a profound power that the state has. The state taking private property for public use. And under this bill, that power is going to be expanded. Yes, ministerial approval is required, but the bill does not define what qualifies as sufficient jurisdiction, what criteria must be met, what community consultation is required, and what protection exists for landowners, and that's all left vague. The term educational purpose is also extremely broad. It includes not just schools, but staff housing, board offices, and outdoor spaces. That could open the door to land being taken not just for classrooms, but potentially for less essential or ancillary uses. there's a real risk here of mission creep, and we've seen a lot of that with governments and boards and organizations lately. So mission creep, and so is expanding powers and overreach by any government or any organization, of course. And school boards acquiring land under a broad mandate with limited oversight and later disposing of it or repurposing it potentially outside the scope of education. So I think as we move into committee, we're going to want to make sure that we have very, very tight guardrails on some of this stuff, that we can be able to say, hey, you can only expropriate to be used for these particular purposes. And I wouldn't mind a whole list of things that are exempt from being allowed to be brought in for that. So this bill makes it easier to take land, but doesn't ensure it will be used wisely, efficiently, or transparently. And why the Expropriation Act applies in general, this bill makes it clear that ministerial approval under the School Act isn't the same as approval under that act, creating confusion about the procedural protections that still apply. If used aggressively, this could damage community trust, as I mentioned before, and even delay school construction due to legal challenges or backlash from landowners. Another issue is closed-door municipal meetings. Let me turn briefly to the municipal side of the bill, clauses 4 and 6. The intention here is to enable local governments and Indigenous partners to negotiate confidentially. Confidentiality is going to be very, very important. And that's a fair goal. But the expansion of closed meetings should concern all of us who believe in open government. This government has been anything but open and transparent. It has a reputation of being one of the most secretive in Canada, not just BC. And many, many city councils have been forced to sign NDAs to be able to even speak to any ministers within the government. Now it seems like they want to codify and legislate these into, and bring them into legislative power. This bill allows council to meet in camera for a wide range of negotiations with Indigenous entities defined broadly, and to exclude the public when discussing confidential or culturally sensitive information. Again, the issue isn't intent, the concern is the breadth of discretion and the lack of clear limits. What qualifies as confidential? How often are these meetings closed? Who determines which Indigenous entities qualify? These are all left to regulation or ministerial discretion. That opens the door to overuse, inconsistent applications, and a gradual erosion of the transparency in municipal decision-making. And sure, we can stand here today and say, yeah, no, it's going to be very tight, there's going to be guardrails, there's going to be boundaries, there's going to be exempt lists and everything. But we know, and I mentioned earlier of bracket creep and that these things change over time. People get comfortable, lax, lazy, and things can change rapidly here. So I think it's going to be very, very important that we have the necessarily backstops in some of these things so the public can have the trust that they need to have with their local governments and with the provincial government. We've seen elsewhere what happens when closed meetings become the norm rather than the exception, and we see that quite a bit now throughout a lot of cities and municipalities. Public trust declines, decisions appear less legitimate, and communities disengage. And that's the last thing we need now, is for communities to be disengaging on important legislation that's coming down on some of these things here. Now, don't get me wrong, we're going to move forward. We think for the most part this bill is a pretty good piece of legislation, updating and modernizing some things, but we always have to be careful because a lot of it's in the unintended consequences that happen, and we find these things after we put this stuff in, these kind of legislation in place, what happens after that. So looking forward to going to committee and looking at. So there's some of the safeguards that we need, and Mr. Speaker, we do not oppose the core objective of this bill, and we agree with that, but power must be matched by accountability. So some of the things that I will be looking for as we sit in committee and everything is clear, published criteria for ministerial approval of expropriation. I think that's really, really important to this process. We're not just going to be, throwing darts on the wall, hey, let's go for that piece of property, repurpose it later. So it's going to be really, really important for that. Transparent community consultation before land is taken. Use of expropriation only as a last resort, not as a default. Independent oversight of the expanded closed meeting powers, perhaps through the Information and Privacy Commission. We maybe get him in on this to see what we can do on that. periodic review of how often closed meetings are used and whether they still serve the public interest. Just because we do something today doesn't mean we need to use it a week from now. We've got to make sure that it's always appropriate to be using those legislative authorities. And transparency in designed Indigenous entities with public criteria and process are going to be really important. These are not obstacles. I think we can get through them. We just need to work through it. But they are democratic guardrails. They promote the public, they protect the public from overreach and protect government from suspicion. Mr. Speaker, this bill aims to address inequality, improve local governance, and prepare our education system for future growth. This is commendable. We need that. But embedded within the legislation are tools that, if misapplied, could undermine property rights, reduce transparency, and increase public cynicism. As opposition, our job is not just to build capacity, but to preserve public trust, not just to empower government, but to protect the governed and be accountable for them and help the public be accountable. Let us not allow efficiencies to eclipse democracy. Let us not pass laws that we cannot defend in 5 years or 10 years when their use exceeds their mandate. Let us do this let us do what this House is meant to do, strengthen laws and wisdom with caution and with integrity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to working with the government and the committee on these.
Thank you very much, member. Recognizing our Minister of Jobs.
Thanks so much, Honourable Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to speak in favour of this bill and have appreciated the comments made by members. Well, most members about this bill, and I appreciate some of the flags as well, because I think it's important to have those flags, and I think they're well understood, certainly by the minister responsible and myself as well. And first, the first part of the bill that I want to just speak to shortly is the ability for appropriation, of course, for last resort. I've heard that from every speaker, the need for it to be always the last resort. I recall almost a year and a half ago having someone that is involved with French schools come to me at an event and say, why is it certain tools available for schools but not French schools? And at the time, I spent 20 minutes talking to this individual. I didn't know this existed, and so it was a good learning opportunity for me. And I think having the ability to have an equal playing field for whether you go to a French school or whether you go to the regular public schools or private schools, that there's the public schools and the French schools have the same ability. So I appreciate the change, and I agree with all my colleagues, I think, that have spoken, that this should always be last resort, and certainly that's our view as well. The second part of the bill I support as well, and I think it's important to recognize the amazing work that's happening with local governments and our First Nations partners. Whether you look at the work that's happening with industry and First Nations and the work that's happening with local governments, First Nations, there's amazing things happening on the ground. And the reason why I highlight that is because this just allows for that good work to continue to happen. Of course, important decisions have to be made public. Of course, those things have to be transparent for the public. But there are important conversations that need to happen sometimes, and you need to have that space created for that. And the ability to have a space where you can have trust, that you can share information, and information can come back in a way that protects certainly the culturally sensitive pieces from First Nations perspective, I think opens that door. And I was recently up in Vernon, and I saw the work that's happening with council and the local First Nations communities on a whole host of projects. I got to see in Penticton when I went there to meet with mayor and council. They said, we want to invite the nation. We want to invite representation from the community to be part of the conversation because they see the work to be so intertwined. In fact, I know there's people elected on both sides of the house here that have good experience working with First Nations partners as elected officials and bringing folks in and having those conversations. And so, I appreciate that anything we do in this time, someone will find a way to try to create mistrust and division. It's just the nature of the world we live in, unfortunately. All it takes is a short clip for social media, and then someone in the UK is reporting it as a fact. But the responsibility for all of us, I think, as lawmakers, whether you're in government side or opposition, is try to do our best to keep it within the facts. Try to do our best to keep it to what is the reality on the ground. And when we have UBCM, our local government leaders come forward and say, this is an important next step for our progression of our relationships with our local nations. We want to do important work, but we need this tool. I think it makes sense for us to take that next step to be able to do that. So I really appreciate hearing from my colleagues that say that they're going to support this portion, because it will, I think, help move important issues within our community. Now, I can speak to my community of Delta, where mayor and council just recently held the ceremony with Musqueam, and taking steps to strengthen our relationship with Musqueam. Because, mayor and council have done a really good job, I think, of building that relationship and trust with Tsawwassen Nation. And so now, having this tool available, they'll be able to have some informal conversations, some deeper conversations that are necessary. And I think that's a good thing. It's a good thing for all of our community members. And it leads to better outcomes, in fact. In knowing that, I've got support from my local community for these types of measures, it goes a long way. So, I just wanted to jump in quickly and say that this is important. It's an important next step. I appreciate UBCM raising this. I heard this when I was the minister for a short period. And I'm grateful that the new minister has taken this on with such energy, because despite what we hear about division and conflict, those of us who've sat at those tables know that there's a lot more collaborativeness, a lot more alignment, a lot more goodwill of wanting to move forward and do something not only for nations, not only for communities, but just for our society as a whole. And so I think this is an important piece. And I think as many people on both sides of the House says, important decisions that are going to be made, if it impacts a decision that the citizens need to know, of course you need to have those in a more public way so that everyone gets access to seeing them. This is not some sort of secret agenda, as I think one person mentioned here. This is about good work. It's about enhancing the ability for us to build stronger partnerships, to avoid courts, to avoid conflict, and to move together in a good way. So I'm pleased. I'm pleased to hear the positive tone coming from all members. And I know we're going to go into details, and there'll be some more conversations about the details, and that's good. That's part of this process. But hearing a general sense of we understand why this is here, why we need to move forward, why we need to allow this ability to be there, it gives me some hope. So I just wanted to say I support the bill, I support the work, and hopefully this moves forward so we can see the fruits of all of our labor. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Recognizing the member from Kamloops North Thompson.
Thanks, Madam Speaker, and thanks for the minister on his statement and his remarks about working together and with the intent of this bill, and a lot of it is housekeeping. I think everyone on this side appreciates that. But there's a couple of points that I'd like to raise through this process, because there's still a lot of skepticism and there's still a lot of things that we need to be able to discuss, particularly when we get into committee and be able to specifically ask for some more definitions in some of the language that's in this bill. And so today I rise to address Bill 27, the Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment number 2, 2025. While this government frames this as an administrative housekeeping adjustments to improving governance and streamlining processes, a closer examination reveals that this bill could carry significant negative consequences for the people of BC. And from our BC Conservative perspective, These consequences are profound. They can undermine transparency, they can weaken local autonomy, they can expand government discretion and erode public trust in democratic institutions. And at the heart of the concern raises a fundamental question: who holds the power in British Columbia? Is it the people acting through their elected representatives at the local level? Or is it the provincial bureaucracy and the cabinet operating with limited oversight? Again, that's why some of us on this side are still skeptical of some of the mechanisms that are being requested in this bill, because we've seen in the past that accountability and transparency isn't the cornerstone of this government. When we look at Clause 4 and 6, Madam Speaker, parts of it deal with closed meetings. And now, we've already talked at length today about the significance of closed meetings. I mean, I was a mayor, I was on the regional district board. I understand the need for confidentiality and the needs for legal responsibilities in closed meetings, but it doesn't mean that we need to expand closed meetings, because with those closed meetings has a very vague definition of what is the requirement of a closed meeting. Today, it's very specific in what you can and can't have in a closed meeting. And as soon as we start talking about engaging with our Indigenous partners, all of a sudden now there seems to have this cloak of secrecy, because as one member across the aisle said, it was all about protecting repatriation of a burial site and the location of such. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about in here about closed meetings. Of course we're going to want to protect culturally specific locations for First Nations. Of course we're going to protect sensitive information, particularly when it comes to legal responsibilities. But just to have an open book on being able to have closed meetings, I totally disagree with being able to have a blank check when it comes to closed meetings. Let's be clear. Discretion without definition is a dangerous power. Councils could intentionally or unintentionally invoke these exemptions to avoid public scrutiny, delaying or withholding information on issues that affect their constituents directly. So in practical terms, this could mean that decisions on a local development, infrastructure, land use, or financial matters could be taken entirely behind closed doors. That is not what the Charter is set up to do. That is not what the people in this chamber are set up to do, and it certainly isn't what our municipalities are meant to do. Transparency is not optional, Madam Speaker. It's a cornerstone of democracy. Citizens must have the right to observe, question, and influence their local governments. When discretion is held, private meetings is expanded without clear guidelines, public accountability is compromised. Closed meetings in this context become a tool of government secrecy rather than a protection for legitimate confidentiality. Conservatives believe that default must always be openness, with exceptions narrowly and clearly defined. Now, when we talked about the section about centralization of land and education, there was a comment made about expropriation, and it should be a last resort. I think everybody in this House understands the significance of expropriation, and also in compensation and consultation throughout any of the processes that are going on in this province. Property owners in particular, as we've heard, are facing uncertainty. The ability of authorities to expropriate land with limited local oversight raises questions about fairness and due process. Without clear protections and a robust consultation process, citizens may feel powerless, fostering resentment and diminishing trust in government institutions. There's also an erosion of the democratic oversight, Madam Speaker, because it also limits the opportunities for the public participation in intergovernmental decisions, particularly with discussions with Indigenous governments, the provincial administration, and other agencies. While some degree of confidentiality is necessary in negotiations, of course, Bill 27's broad language risks making secrecy the rule rather than the exception. Citizens should not be excluded from debates on matters that affect their schools, lands, or their municipal services. We need to be able to have our citizens to observe, to question, and to participate in all these decisions. Anything less diminishes our democracy. I know the minister was mentioning about 2017 and some of the acts that were coming into play, well, I would offer up that there's been some significant changes in the way we do business in this province since 2017. This government has signed more NDAs in the last 8 years than any government previously. Just think about that for a second. We've signed more non-disclosure agreements in the last 8 years than ever before. And I would suggest the only reason for that is because there is a lack of consultation, there is accountability, and there is a lack of transparency. Another one that comes up is a failure to address our local community needs. Issues such as welfare management, school funding, infrastructure development, Indigenous relationships require practical solutions, investment, and collaboration. Adjusting the government procedures or expanding secrecy does not solve these problems. BC Conservatives argue that legislation should focus on real-world improvements, supporting communities and citizens directly, rather than restructuring powers or restricting oversight. So yes, the BC Conservatives do support the spirit of this bill. However, we need to point out that all British Columbians deserve equal representation and an open and transparent government. Public engagement and open meetings are a cornerstone of our democracy. Having vague definitions on what constitutes a closed meeting is not the way for open and transparent government. It's a mechanism to work in the shadows and not with the public's best interest in mind. And with that, I yield, Madam Speaker. I'd like to call for a recess. Or can I call for 5 minutes or 2 minutes?
Yeah, I have a... Okay, you want a recess? Okay, so we'll have a recess for 5 minutes. We're going to be in recess for 5 minutes. Okay, call the House back to order here. And just a reminder, we are reconsidering, we're considering a second reading of Bill number 27, and seeing that we have no further speakers, I'll put the question. The question is second reading of Bill number 27, entitled Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act number 2, 2025. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Nay. Okay, motion is carried. Government House Leader. Government House Leader. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I call second reading of Bill 21.
On Bill 21, Attorney General Statutes Amendment Act number 2, 2025. Recognizing the Minister of Forests.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. I'm really pleased on behalf of the Attorney General to move second reading.
No. Okay, here we go in terms of our procedural process here. So we've had the vote in favor of moving second reading of Bill number 27, and now to the Minister, House Leader, with respect to committing the bill to the committee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the bill be committed to a committee of the whole House to be considered at the next sitting of the House after today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Motion carried. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move second reading of Bill 21.
Recognizing Minister Forrest.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. Pleased to, on behalf of the Attorney General, move second reading of this important piece of legislation, the Attorney General Statute Amendment Act, which has been introduced by the government to amend the Public Guardian Trustee Act as well as the Insurance Vehicle Act. These amendments are housekeeping, as is often the case with legislation brought forward by government. The amendments ensure that we're meeting the needs of British Columbia, and I'm certainly looking forward to the discussion and dialogue that will occur in this House on this important piece of legislation. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Just want to clarify, we've heard Minister Forrest move second reading, and recognizing the member from Richmond Queensborough.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today on behalf of the official opposition as the Attorney General critic, and on behalf of the Conservative Caucus of BC, in my capacity as Attorney General critic, as I just mentioned, to speak to Bill 21, the Attorney General Statutes Amendment Act number 2, 2025. So I'll do a little bit of overview and commentary from my part, and we will not be opposing this bill on second reading because we'd like to see it to go to committee, and we'd like to ask detailed questions in regards to this particular bill at committee. So this bill has two major sets of amendments. The first is to the Insurance Vehicle Act, and the second is to the Public Guardian and Trustee Act. And in regards to the amendments to the Public Guardian and Trustee Act, there are some consequential amendments to some other statutes, but the main amendment seems to be to the Public Guardian and Trustee Act. So there seems to be two main statutes that are addressed in this particular Amendment Act. So the first one being the Insurance Vehicle Act, second one being the Public Guardian and Trustee Act. At first glance, it might appear, when you look at the changes, it might appear technical in nature, housekeeping, as was mentioned earlier in the House. But as always, technical changes from this government may involve a lot more than just technical changes. So we have to do a deep dive, go into what the legislation is all about, and ask the required questions. So while much of this bill is framed as administrative or clarifying, it could have a significant impact on policy moving forward. So let me start by getting into the Insurance Vehicle Act. In regards to the amendments to this, for decades, the Insurance Corporation of British Columbia, ICBC, has made regular payments to the provincial government to cover the cost of health care for people injured in vehicle accidents, motor vehicle accidents. And these payments have happened in the form of reimbursements or payments made. And so that's the background here. And we know that these payments have been made since 1973, I believe. And so it's been approximately 50 years since these payments have been being made over this period of time. So as I mentioned, that these payments were considered reimbursements. They, at no particular time before this bill, they were ever called taxes. They were recorded as transfers between ICBC and the provincial government, the provincial treasury. However, I was enlightened in a brief from the government that what transpired, that what led to this actual legislation coming to the House today. I was told that payments were made, but there was a particular class action that had happened in regards to those particular payments. And so this legislation tries to deal with a procedural issue in regards to payments that have been made in the past. So, and this legislation comes out and sets forward a retroactive tax to kind of deal with previous payments that were made, and those previous payments are applied to this tax that is now retroactive in nature. So prior to this bill coming about and the legal proceedings that I was told about in a brief, created an issue whether ICBC was actually in fact legally obligated to make the payments in the first place. And so the payments did happen, and those payments happened over a period of 50 years, as I mentioned earlier, since 1973. They were provided according to reimbursement, long established practice over these 50 years. And so the government has collected these funds, and this was to kind of deal with that situation where funds have been actually collected and what to do with those funds. And the other thing about this particular legislation is that it states that the amounts that were actually paid before, they would be applied to this retroactive tax. And if there's anything else owing on top of that, it would be a wash in terms of what's being discussed in this particular bill. And another point of interest in this part of the bill that deals with the Insurance Vehicle Act, it also talks about there no longer being further reimbursements to be made from ICBC moving forward. So what I take from reading this bill, the retroactive tax applies to the situation from 1973 onwards to this particular bill, whatever was collected from ICBC that would be applied to this retroactive tax. And moving forward, there would be a kind of a change in system that there would be no longer reimbursements collected from ICBC. So in essence, these changes in this bill retroactively reclassify what ICBC paid in the past. So to that extent, where there's no real new money being exchanged, and it's just a reclassification of old money that has actually been paid, to that extent, I submit that it is housekeeping in nature, but there could be other consequences as a result of changing actually doing that reclassification. So that's going to be the basis for a lot of our questions coming at the committee stage. The fact that we've had this reclassification, could that lead to unintended consequences? And what does that mean for the Insurance Corporation of British Columbia? I know the bill tries to address that ICBC will not have to provide reimbursements into the future, but still we need to do a deep dive into the framework here. How will it affect the framework? What safeguards are there? What consultation was actually done to make sure that there aren't any lingering effects as a result of having these changes in this particular amendment in this part of the bill? And it is a little bit, what prompts me to say that there is going to be all these queries and all these questions, because we're not just dealing with a period of a few years or a few months in terms of what payments were made in the past. We're dealing with payments that have been made from 1973. I wasn't even born there. That was a long time ago. And so a lot has changed with ICBC since that period of time. Like, it started out as an insurer to become a sole insurer. It's changing in the types of services it provides. It's changed in the type of revenue it generated and supplied such revenue to the government. So a lot has happened since these last 50 years. And so that's why when we have a technical change such as this, a reclassification, we really do need to make sure there's not going to be any unintended consequences as a result of these technical changes in this part of the bill. So it's important to understand, it's important to be clear, this change does not create any new tax. I know when I had a first look at this bill, I saw tax. I saw the word tax. I saw the word retroactive tax. And right away, that raised alarm bells in my mind. We're talking about tax, we're talking about fiscal policy, but when you do a deeper dive, you realize that there was an issue, and the legislation tries to deal with that situation. But why it did ring alarm bells when I did see the word tax, or I did see the word retroactive tax in Bill 21, is I started thinking about the fiscal situation of this province. And I started thinking about the taxation policies that have been implemented over the last decade in this province. And I started thinking about the hardships that British Columbians are going through at this particular time. So when I saw the words tax, retroactive tax, that's the first thing that went through my mind. But as I got that briefing by the Ministry of Attorney General, I'm thankful for that briefing. It was quite informative, so I thank the staff, I thank the Attorney General for putting that together. So that kind of addressed some of my concerns. But I do have further concerns in terms of, because we are dealing with a period of 50 years, we are dealing with a large crown corporation that has evolved over the last 5 decades. And although there's only seems to be a few sections in the first part of this bill that deal with the Insurance Vehicle Act, but it makes some huge changes in terms of it refers to all this revenue or reimbursements that's happened over 50 years. That's a lot of money, and it's over a very long period of time. And it involves a crown corporation that is a very large crown corporation and is responsible for a lot of things in this province. In regards to insurance, in terms of licensing now, in terms of dealing with people, victims of automobile accidents. And so we still have to look at it, although some of the some of my concerns were addressed through the briefing and as well as reading this bill in detail. So as I mentioned earlier, this bill is about the past, not the future. It's about ensuring that funds already transferred from ICBC to the government remain legally valid and properly classified. So in short, in essence, it's the government closing a loop, a hole, a procedural hole, by formally confirming through legislation that these historic payments were lawful. So I've already highlighted earlier that I was giving the briefing that was made aware there was a class action, and that helped me understand why this bill came about. So while the intent here seems to be solely administrative, it seems to be technical, it seems to be housekeeping in nature, the approach definitely deserves scrutiny. The retroactive legislation, also in its nature, is something that the opposition must look at carefully. When we're applying law to things that happened in the past, there's probably less opportunities of scrutiny because it's past situations. It's not like you're doing active consulting to apply something towards the future. We're dealing with a past situation. So when we're saying that a whole period of time is going to be swamped with the one paintbrush of retroactivity, it requires some close scrutiny. So we'll be going, as we get to the committee, we'll be looking at what really prompted the government to come up with those specific provisions in the bill, why those provisions and why not others. We will be looking at asking questions about could there have been another way? Could this have been dealt by, say, regulation or some sort of administrative procedures? Did we have to come all the way here to kind of have this debate in terms of Bill 21 and in terms of this retroactivity and dealing with some previous payments that have been made over the last 50 years? So we want to be able to understand whether there were any alternatives. Because even when you bring a bill to the House here, and it requires resources. And so we want to make sure that this specific issue went through the proper channels, and we are here and we're spending our time wisely. And then, even if there are no significant, let's just say, unintended consequences, we would still want to know every consequence that could actually happen, whether, even if it's procedural in nature, because sometimes the government may have not thought of something that, say, the opposition comes up with. And so we would like to have our input in terms of first knowing if there are any, even any technical or procedural consequences, so we can have input on that and to make sure we're acting proactively and we're acting in a proactive manner rather than a retroactive manner. So, and then the other part of it is that we would also would like to see what how does it really affect the dynamics of ICBC, if anything at all. We could understand what the history is and why these payments were being made, and why we have this procedure in place. But what did ICBC think about this whole legislative process, and what was their input? And did they say anything how this could actually affect their operations for now, or maybe even into the future? Say if they're having other dealings, and are they going to now have to change how they operate? Because initially they were involved in the decision-making process to actually provide reimbursements, provide payments. So there may be a similar thought process that has been used by the corporation in dealing with other problems. And so we need to know, if we had to make a fix here after 50 years, is there anything else that needs to be fixed in that Crown Corporation? So that's an important factor as well. So I spent a lot of my time on the first part of the bill. I'd like to just go to the second part of the bill. Second part of the bill essentially deals with a totally different subject matter. I would say we've dealt with a lot of miscellaneous bills, or we've dealt with a few from the Attorney General's office, and many of them, the nature seems to be there's like 5 different subject matters, or 6 or 4, but this comes down to actually 2. And so that actually raised a little bit of my curiosity looking at this bill as well. I'm like, what made the pairing of these 2 subject matters, just 2 subject matters, what made the government decide to actually put these 2 together in this particular bill? So the next part 2 deals with the Public Guardian and Trustee Act. And the amendments here are at modernizing how the Public Guardian and Trustee Office, or the PGT's office, serves children's property in terms of guardianship. I had a briefing on this from the Attorney General's Department again, and something was discussed about, okay, the PGT has a lot of has a detailed legislative framework to deal with guardian decision making in terms of like health decisions, in terms of the actual person. But what was missing is more detail, more of a legislative framework to actually deal with children's property when they don't, say, have a parent that can look after them, or they don't have a legal guardian that can look after them. So this legislation was brought forward to kind of also fill in a loophole or a procedural misstep. And so now this part of the legislation deals with what happens, how is the property of children to be dealt with when a public guardian and trustee is in the equation. How does that all work out? And I just like to say that in my years of practice of law, I have dealt with the PGT's department, the Public Guardian and Trustees Office, and I would say they are very thorough in terms of what service they provide. For my experience dealing with them as a lawyer, they were very diligent in terms of making sure they protect children and their property, and any sort of proprietary interest that a child may have. And in a situation where they have authority on that. They ask a lot of questions, and sometimes if you put forward a proposal, a lot of times that proposal may come back to you and with further follow-up questions to address. So when I was looking at the Public Guardian and Trustee's Office in terms of the changes that are being made here to the Public Guardian and Trustee Act, I had some comfort based upon my experience dealing with that office and how diligent they are. And so this particular part of this bill deals with modernizing the framework, the public guardian trustee framework around children's property guardianship rights. It's a critical role. It's about ensuring that children without parents or legal guardians have a public authority acting in their best interest to manage their financial or property interests. So, and then also, currently, what we do see is that there's many acts that kind of deal with children and perhaps deal with their property as well. And part of the bill does is it kind of consolidates issues regarding guardianship and children's property. So when you're consolidating and you're trying to have legislation in just one spot, it makes things easier for legal professionals as well. Because then you know you got one statute, you can look at that one statute, you're going to get the proper framework there, and you can proceed forward after that. And so this particular, and as I stated earlier, this particular part of the bill, although it deals with the Public Guardian and Trustee Office, it deals with the Public Guardian and Trustee Act, it does have some consequential amendments to some other statutes as well. And some of the other statutes that we see, such as the Adoption Act, the Infants Act, the Child, Family, and Community Service Act. And then I would probably see, as a result of these changes, there may be perhaps even some effects on the Family Law Act and family law substantive practice of law, as well as any legal professional that's dealing with any sort of property involving, whether it's a financial interest in something or it's some tangible property that a child has or is entitled to. So another important part of this particular legislation is that it also, the amendments here make it explicit that when the PGT acts as a property guardian for an Indigenous child, it must also consider the child's culture, heritage, and community connections and Indigenous laws in regards to those Indigenous children. So that's it specifically, this legislation specifically deals with that as well in this part of the bill. And this bill also provides the PGT with a clearer authority to manage children's property until the child reaches adulthood. And in some cases, as mentioned, talked about in this legislation, in some cases, to continue providing support into early adulthood. So that's the two parts of this particular legislation, and so we're not going to oppose this legislation at second reading because we want it to go to committee stage, and so it's important that we have certain questions that we have. We would like them to be addressed, and we would like to go and have proper scrutiny, and some areas of interest that we have, we'll probably have some interest to talk about is how all these different statutes interact with each other and how they're going to interact with each other, such as the Family Law Act, the Adoption Act, the Infants Act, the Child, Family, and Community Service Act. How are they going to interact with now this Public Guardian and Trustee Act, now that it's amended How is it going to work? Could there be any technical issues? Could there be, we've seen legislation here in the past and other housekeeping bills that mentioned that, you know, something changed in one legislation, but nothing was changed in a related legislation. And then like 10 years later, there was a change made to that related piece of legislation. So we would have questions along that. Would this legislation amend itself, but have a uniformity with these other pieces of legislation as well? And like I mentioned earlier, another important part to address is the consultation. In the first part of the bill, we dealt with a large amount of financial transactions involving a very large corporation, involving a very lengthy period of time that has passed. You know, the Insurance Corporation British Columbia has its own way of operating, probably has its own operating procedures, and now this legislation addresses one operating procedure that was in force before, prior to this bill, and it's trying to amend that. And will that affect the Insurance Corporation in that aspect? And have they been consulted? What are they saying? And who else has been consulted other than ICBC? So, and we want to ensure that as a result of this consolidation in the latter part of the bill, like I said earlier, works properly. Because why we have to pay even more attention is because it involves children. And we, like, you know, if you're a legal professional and you're going through the court process or you're practicing in that area and that involves children, we know that the court even has a lot of questions for legal professionals. Okay, there's children involved in this particular proceeding or in this particular case. And what have you done to go the extra mile? What is in the best interest of the child? So in regards to that aspect, the best interest of the child, making sure that child is properly protected, what consultation was done to make sure that any sort of technical amendments were done are not going to negatively affect children moving forward? So in conclusion, Bill 21 is a reminder of how legislation often works quietly in the background. And it shows that at times that we have to come up with solutions to resolve technical issues that have happened in the past or are currently existing, and some solutions need to be applied to them. And so this seems to be administrative in nature. We will be having questions at committee stage, and we will not be opposing this bill at this stage. And we look forward to asking the questions to the Attorney General at that stage. Thank you.
Recognizing the Attorney General.
Thank you very much. I'm pleased to speak about these Attorney General Statutes Amendments Act. The amendments to the Insurance Vehicle Act, which is part of it, ensure that the province retains reimbursements for health-related services arising out of vehicle accidents made by the Insurance Corporation of British Columbia, ICBC, as everybody knows it, since the early 1970s. The amendments support the long-standing practice that every BC government has had since the early 1970s, and that's that it's used, the amendments support the long-standing practice that every BC government since the early 1970s has used to ask ICBC, as the insurer of those who caused accidents or engaged in activity that elevated the risk of accidents, to contribute to the health-related services costs. The proposed amendments will protect taxpayers by establishing a valid retroactive tax that ensures no funds would need to be paid by taxpayers as a result of litigation challenges to the reimbursement practice. Those litigation challenges include a certified class action lawsuit against the province which is essentially the taxpayers of British Columbia, that has been advanced on behalf of ICBC ratepayers based on an argument that any increases in ICBC-based vehicle insurance premiums that funded the reimbursements from ICBC to the province were unconstitutional taxes. Courts have recognized this use of retroactive taxation as a valid constitutional way for governments to respond to these types of claims. Importantly, the amendments do not require any funds to change hands. No new funds will be paid by ICBC or its insured to the province under this new retroactive tax. The bill also stops reimbursements by ICBC to the province going forward as government looks to explore other models to fund health-related service costs. These amendments do not impact the accident benefits that individuals injured in accidents receive and will not affect basic vehicle insurance rates. This legislation follows amendments to the Insurance Vehicle Act passed in 2021, which provided retroactive validation for the agreements that ICBC entered into with the province of British Columbia to reimburse government for costs of health-related services arising out of vehicle accidents. On average, since government enacted major ICBC reforms with the implementation of enhanced care, customers with full ICBC basic and optimal coverage saved an average $490 on their vehicle insurance compared to their premiums in the old model. And eligible basic customers have received $640 in 5 separate rebates totaling approximately $2.7 billion. I just want to extend my gratitude to the legal team that's been doing exceptional work throughout on this file. This bill also makes amendments to the Public Guardian and Trustee Act. These amendments will establish a more comprehensive statutory framework relating to the role of the Public Guardian and Trustee of British Columbia as property guardian for children. The Public Guardian and Trustee has an important role in protecting the legal and financial interests of children for whom they are acting as property guardians. This role includes, for example, managing legal claims for damages due to injury or loss suffered by the child and applying for financial benefits that the child may qualify for. The Public Guardian Trustee may become property guardian when a child is in the continuing care of the province. When a child has been voluntarily relinquished for adoption in circumstances where there is no one else acting as property guardian for the child, or when the PGT has entered into an agreement with an Indigenous authority to provide property and guardianship services, the amendments to the Public Guardian and Trustee Act set out specific authority to the Public Guardian and Trustee to enter agreements with Indigenous authorities in relation to acting as property guardian for Indigenous children for whom the Indigenous authority is providing child and family services under Indigenous laws. These agreements relate to circumstances where the Indigenous authority is providing child and family services to children who were not previously in the care of the Director of Child Welfare under the provincial child welfare law. To establish a consistent statutory obligation and enhance transparency in the manner that the PGT makes decisions, the amendments will set out a requirement that in all circumstances where the Public Guardian and Trustee is a child's property guardian, the Public Guardian and Trustee must consider the best interests of the child. Specific factors that must be considered by the Public Guardian and Trustee are also set out, as well as additional factors that must be considered when the child is an Indigenous child, such as the customs, cultures, and traditions of the child's Indigenous community, the importance of the child belonging to their Indigenous community, and any applicable Indigenous laws. The legislation will provide additional clarity, for example, by setting out the circumstances in which the Public Guardian and Trustee may become a child's property guardian and when the Public Guardian and Trustee's property guardianship terminates. In addition, a new section will set out the general powers, duties, and functions of the Public Guardian and Trustee as property guardian for children. Amendments also address challenges faced by the Public Guardian and Trustee in practice. These include authority for the collection of information and the disclosure of information to the Public Guardian and Trustee that is specific to their role in relation to public property guardianship for children, as well to ease the Public Guardian and Trustee's burden in demonstrating their authority and to provide greater certainty for third parties. The provisions set out what constitutes evidence of the Public Guardian and Trustee authority as property guardian for a child. Consistent with the objective of establishing a more comprehensive framework, some provisions related to the Public Guardian and Trustee acting as property guardian for children will move from the Infants Act to the Public Guardian and Trustee Act. These provisions include authority for the public guardian and trustee to act as property guardian when the child has no other guardian, or if the guardian refuses or is incompetent to act, to ensure that a child's legal and financial interests are protected when a child does not have anyone else to do so. Existing authority for a director of child welfare under provincial child welfare law to act as personal guardian in similar circumstances will be removed from the Infants Act, and as sufficient and robust framework is already in place under the Child, Family and Community Services Act. Again, just to close up, I'm grateful for the work not only of the office of the PGT and all the work they've done, but also all the lawyers that have put that together. Thank you.
Recognizing the member from Kelowna Mission.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know that the Attorney General is waiting with bated breath for a committee stage on this bill, where we will have the opportunity to robustly dig into every aspect in considerable depth. But at this point, I will speak very briefly at a high level to our understanding of the bill and some of the intent. We understand, as described, that the primary goal is to retroactively reclassify payments from ICBC to the government for healthcare costs as tax revenue instead of reimbursement transfers. In reviewing the policy and intent, and in preparing to have more detailed conversations at the committee stage, we obviously want to ensure that there is absolute clarity provided during committee stage as to the intent and effect of the change, and to ensure that there's no funny business around accounting, as we've seen with issues elsewhere. But we are operating from the presumption that this is good faith legislation brought forward to address what is primarily an accounting strategy. As it relates to the Public Guardian and Trustee Act amendments, we certainly are at this stage viewing the legislation as being primarily housekeeping and modernization, with some important priorities identified. Certainly, I anticipate that at committee stage we will seek a little bit more information around the intent of how the property guardian formulation will work at a practical level. But at core, these are logical changes that make sense. Certainly, I note the amendments to new section 8.3 of the PGTA, laying out clear rules for how the PGT must act in the best interest of the child, and the consideration, the special consideration of Indigenous customs, community and laws if the child is Indigenous, and certainly recognize the importance of ensuring that we have the appropriate toolkit and rule set in place in that regard. Sorry, I should correct myself. It's section 8.3 is referring to the mechanisms for information sharing between public bodies. My scribbled notes are slightly unclear, but I certainly will be interested to learn more about the application of those mechanisms for information sharing between public bodies. Certainly, we're aware, both as it relates to care for minors, as well as to broader issues within our social support and healthcare systems, that there are obviously serious challenges around breaking down information silos, while also respecting the applicable privacy legislation. And I certainly do think it's very important to see the conversation advanced around information sharing between the variety of different bodies acting to ensure appropriate care for minors. So I'm sure that we'll have some questions simply to explore exactly how that's being implemented, and exactly what what challenges there may be around privacy, what positive precedents can be set around the ways in which information is shared in a smoother way. Certainly an issue that comes up on a regular basis is our challenges as a province in sharing information across our different health authorities and within our health authorities with a variety of different duplicative databases. So should there be learnings around information sharing between different bodies, I certainly hope that those are opportunities for learning that may be shared across government and that may present opportunities for improvement in the experience that individuals have in other systems as well, including but not limited to the healthcare system. Certainly, at a principle level, the amendments to better protect children when the public is their guardian, I believe are a noble cause and appear to be quite solid amendments. Again, as we canvass those further at the committee stage, I think it'll be important for us to make sure that there's not any residual issues that need to be addressed. I think certainly, as my colleague, the MLA for Richmond Queensborough, has identified, making sure that we fully canvass the intent and effect of some of the new mechanisms created, including but not limited to the creation of the new legal term property guardian and the separation of property guardianship from personal guardianship. I think that the intent there is reasonably clear as articulated in here, but we may have further questions simply to get clarity around exactly how that will be enacted, and that will be, I think, a worthwhile and valuable discussion given the importance of making sure that we do have appropriate property guardianship for children. I think certainly looking at clause 6 and the mandate for the PGT to perform their duties and functions in the best interest of a child, I find it notable and worthy of further discussion the ways in which there is a requirement to consider the child's needs and development, impact on well-being and relationships, and when applicable, their own input, as well as the recognition that at times that may not be appropriate. I think that certainly is an area that we would like to better understand, simply in terms of the ways in which decisions are being made for minors. Just would like to hear a little bit more about some of the thinking and discussion behind the way that that is structured, and that's obviously important. Similarly, I think we will probably have questions looking for the Attorney General to further outline the elements around the specific issues for Indigenous children as it relates to their customs, culture, and traditions, just to understand exactly how that's being enacted, how that's envisioned, and how there may or may not be a crossover across different functions and ministries in the administration of that portion. That's obviously a very, very important and salient area that needs to be treated with appropriate sensitivity to make sure that it's being well enacted. And obviously, I think, as with many other issues, we want to ensure that there's appropriate conversation happening across the different areas of government to make sure that that implementation is not happening in silos and is not duplicative and is not contrary to other objectives stated elsewhere. Looking to Clause 10, I envision that we will likely have interest in gaining more information around the powers for maintenance and education, the ways in which property guardian roles are laid out, and obviously the powers conferred. I think, again, the mechanism is a logical one. Simply, we may have questions around exactly how that is envisioned to be implemented and the thought process that went into it. But similarly, we may have questions around Clause 13 and amendments to the Section 3.2 of the Adoption Act in order to better understand the thought process around Indigenous self-governance and the ways in which that substituted language acknowledges when Indigenous children are adopted into government care, that the law must be in line with the principle of Indigenous right to self-governance and self-determination in accordance with Section 35 of the Constitution. That's an area where I think there's likely to be some logical discussion around the ways in which that's being implemented. On the whole, however, I don't envision that we have any fundamental objection to this legislation. I envision that we'll have some good and positive discussion at committee stage around some of the details in order to make sure that we have a fulsome understanding of what's being envisioned and that the implementation approach is solid. And I look forward to having that further conversation at the appropriate time. And with that, thank you, Madam Speaker.
Recognizing the member from Kamloops North Thompson.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker, and thanks to my colleague. I'm not going to go through all the clauses, knowing that there's going to be more than enough time in our general questions when we get to committee to be able to have these conversations. But just wanted to bring a brief overview to my perspective and just to go through a few of the items that I see that not necessarily red flags, but opportunities for us to talk about. And one of the things, that this bill, I believe, and I appreciate what the Attorney General is doing in modernizing so much of the legislation that we have in the province. Much of it is outdated. Much of it needs to be brought into not only the reality of us being able to work with government to government with our Indigenous and First Nations, but also understanding some of the capacity challenges that those Indigenous communities have. So one of the things that we talked about is that, that the new Public and Guardian Trustee Act will be able to modernize and clarify the role of the Public Guardian and Trustee, which we'll call the PGT, and talks about the responsibilities of property guardians for children and young adults. And that also raises another issue that maybe we can discuss when we get to committee in, we've talked about, what this whole issue around the age of majority. And when we talk about, young adults in the age of 27, is that still appropriate in today's sitting and what we're trying to accomplish throughout the guardianship of a child? So that may be something that we can bring up when we get to the committee stage, is trying to see if there's some changes that need to be made in that definition as well. Some of the amendments and the key amendments to the Act, there will be broadening authority in as much as that now the PGT will act as the property guardian for the children and managing the assets on their behalf. Access to information that was raised already, that again, there's always flags that go up when we talk about information, how it's going to be retrieved, how it's going to be gathered, and how it's going to be shared. And I'm quite sure that we'll have meaningful discussions once we get to committee on what the safeguards are and what the government has planned for us to be able to ensure that integrity throughout the entire process. There's another one with the transfer of authority from the INFIX Act. And again, that's going to be just a cleanup. So that's just, straightforward stuff. Termination of guardianship. There's going to be clear guidelines that have been established when the guardianship terminates. So again, we'll have those opportunities in committee to be able to discuss, all the language that's in that portion of the bill, in the Act, and determine, is it enough? Should there be changes? I know it seems to take a lot of time for us to have these conversations, but I think we want to try to make sure that we get it right. Particularly, it's been quite a long time since we even had a review of these bills, of this Act. Another one that comes up to mind, of course, and we've discussed it a lot, I mentioned it at the beginning of my conversation, is, Madam Speaker, is Indigenous collaboration. And so I totally agree that when we allow, I shouldn't say allow, but when we're engaged with our First Nations and we're having the opportunity, particularly from the federal government's perspective, of making sure that our First Nations are more in control of their own health and well-being in their communities. We've seen positive results throughout the province in many of our First Nations building the capacity up so that they can be in control of those services and those systems in place. It's a positive step for British Columbia. We certainly support those initiatives and moving forward with our First Nations, but we also realize that there's going to be some steps along the way that's going to need additional resources from the government, and we're going to have to be able to, have that conversation as what levels of support are going to be needed for us to be able to implement the integrity of this bill. One of the things that I'd like to talk a little bit about is that it should be providing more protection for children under their guardianship. I believe the Attorney General mentioned of some, not loopholes, but some things that can fall through the process in whether a legal guardian actually has the ability to be able to look after that child, or if circumstances change and now that child has to be put in other care. It obviously makes sense for us, particularly with our Indigenous communities, to be able to make sure that those decisions are made on the ground with the people that are in those communities. But from our perspective, that can also cause some other issues because, again, a lot of our First Nations are still building capacity. They're still having challenges in not being able to have their own health centers, not being able to have some of the wraparound services that they would provide, that they would want to provide, like psychiatric care, certainly more substance abuse programs, depending on the need or their needs in those communities. And so we need to be, we need to recognize some of the issues that come across from that, and being able to make sure that we are able to do everything that we can to be able to assist those First Nation communities as much as we can. One of the challenges also is the centralization of power, and I know many of members on this side are always a little bit leery when we start talking about an increase in bureaucracy. A lot of times that leads to delays. Many times it leads to unnecessary red tape. I'm hoping the intent of this bill is to be able to streamline the process, make it more not user-friendly, but have it so that we have the opportunity, so that we get more community engagement. We have the flexibility, so certain communities are going to react differently depending on how we apply the new standards, and to be able to make sure that we can make those changes in a meaningful and substantial way, and not just have to get bogged down in the bureaucracy that we've seen in so many other times before. And the other one that comes up is the privacy implications. Again, when we start changing authorities, we have to make crystal clear, Madam Speaker, that these things are done properly, that we have oversight, and that if there are issues, that they are brought to the government's attention and they are fixed, and not just hidden behind closed doors. So in closing, I would like to say that Bill 21 represents a significant shift in the governance of property guardianship for the children of British Columbia. And while these amendments aim to modernize and clarify the PGT's role, we still believe that they introduce new challenges and concerns, particularly regarding the balance of power, privacy, and Indigenous autonomy. It is crucial that ongoing dialogue and oversight accompanies these changes to ensure that the best interests and the children and communities are upheld. And with that, I yield. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'm pleased to speak today in support of Bill 21, the Attorney General Statutes Amendment Act No. 2, 2025. This bill addresses two distinct but important areas: the Insurance or Vehicle Act and the Public Guardian and Trustee Act. The first modernizes financial and legal arrangements between ICBC and the provincial government, a change that may appear technical, but indeed carries, page 2, significant implications for fiscal accountability and the structure of our insurance system. The second strengthens how we protect the property and financial interests of children, particularly those without private guardians or those under public or Indigenous care. Madam Speaker, Part 1 of this bill retroactively reclassifies payments from ICBC to the provincial government for healthcare costs as a tax revenue rather than a reimbursement. This measure effectively closes the book on decades of accounting overlap between ICBC's insurance funds and the province's health budget. Declaring this a tax has existed since 1973. And for those of you that may or may not admit that your hair is gray as me, you might remember 1973. Do you? No. Okay, well, I should shut up then. Thank you. And I will say that no further reimbursements or disputes will occur between the two entities following the passing of this bill. On the surface, this may seem like mere fiscal housekeeping, but it does perhaps represent something much larger. By ending the reimbursement model, Bill 21 permanently folds ICBC's medical payments into the public healthcare system, thus simplifying the process and ensuring that crash victims' medical care remains unaffected. I doubt anyone in this House would argue that that is in fact a responsible move. However, Madam Speaker, this government must acknowledge what this actually signals: a permanent entrenchment of the no-fault insurance framework. By retroactively classifying payments as taxes, the bill effectively prevents any future government from reopening these accounts or reconsidering the structure of ICBC's financial obligations. In other words, it locks in the accounting foundation of the no-fault model. From the perspective of this side of the House, I would suggest that demands scrutiny. We support, without question, fiscal clarity and applaud the government for introducing that into this bill. We also obviously support elimination of redundant bureaucracy. Again, another foundation of what we would champion ourselves. But we oppose any attempt to restrict the flexibility of future governments to reform a system that remains it's been a long day, guys. Remains controversial among ratepayers. The principle of good governance requires transparency, not entrenchment. So while we support this amendment for its technical necessity and its efficiency, we remain critical of how it limits future policy debate. The amendments with respect, as in Part 2, the amendments with respect to protecting vulnerable children, another, again, very important component of Bill 21, deals with clearly something that's far more human. The rights and welfare, an incredibly important component, the rights and welfare of children under public guardianship. And again, no one in this House would question that at all. Part 2 consolidates outdated sections of the Infants Act and the Public Guardian and Trustee Act, modernizing the language, strengthening the role of the Public Guardian and Trustee, PGT, and embedding Indigenous considerations directly into law. Specifically, the bill ensures that when a child has no capable guardian or when guardianship is shared with Indigenous authorities, the PGT acts in the best interest of the child, considering their development, education, relationships, and cultural identity. For Indigenous children, it goes further, requiring the PGT to consider customs, community traditions, and applicable Indigenous laws. This aligns British Columbia's framework with Section 35 of the Constitution Act 1982 and the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, both of which affirm Indigenous self-governance in matters of family and community. On this side of the House, we certainly do support these measures. They bring clarity, consistency, and dignity to a system that for too long has been administratively fragmented. That being said, Madam Speaker, the concern lies with such centralization comes a responsibility for transparency. The public guardian and trustee must be empowered, but also monitored. With new authority over property, financial management, and trust distribution for minors, there must be strong oversight mechanisms, regular audits, and public reporting on how these powers are exercised. We support this modernization wholeheartedly, but urge that its implementation be accompanied by annual accountability reports to this legislature, ensuring public confidence in how children's property and trust assets are managed. Madam Speaker, Bill 21 illustrates the complexity of modern governance. technical in its wording, but impactful in its reach. It simplifies the fiscal relationship between ICBC and the province, a very welcome efficiency, yet we must remain vigilant against the quiet cementing of political models that may restrict reform. It strengthens the role of the public guardian and trustee, a very important step forward for child protection, but only if paired with transparency and oversight. Good legislation should streamline without concealing. It should protect without concentrating. And it should reform without erasing flexibility. Bill 21 largely succeeds in that balance, though its implications demand continued attention from both this House and future parliaments. In closing, Madam Speaker, the Conservative Party of British Columbia supports Bill 21. We do so because it enhances clarity in our legal framework, strengthens strengthens protection for children, and responsibly updates outdated legislation. With our support, however, comes a professional caution. That caution being that efficiency must never replace accountability, and that fiscal housekeeping must not become political lock-in. Bill 21 is a strong step forward to a more coherent, more modern, and more accountable system of public administration. And that is something all sides of this House should strive for. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Recognizing the member from Prince George Valemont.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak to Bill 21, the Attorney General Statutes Amendment Act 2025. We often look at housekeeping bills as, mandatory pieces of legislation. They, for the most part, often seem innocuous, but they may actually have some unforeseen circumstances that were completely unintentional. I'm not going to speak to the beginning of the bill. My concerns are towards the end of the bill, as this particular piece of legislation has a number of changes in regards to the Public Guardian and Trustee Act, in conjunction with a number of other acts, particularly the Child and Family Community Service Act, Patients Property Act, Infants Act, and the Adoption Act. That's quite a few pieces of legislation that are looking at some changes, and some are going to be looked at in conjunction with this. Myself, as the new critic for MCFD, and I'm looking at the minister across the way here, we're very cognizant of the complications when you start to include and or transfer roles and responsibilities to First Nation and Indigenous communities. I think it's extremely positive to see First Nations authorities engaged and willing to take responsibility for both property and financial guardianship of their children and youth in their communities. However, that is a complicated process, as the minister will agree to, and those agreements don't come to lightly and without a lot of conversation and a lot of considerations. There have been a number of additions and deletions regarding the relationship and transference and sharing of authority between the public guardian and trustees and First Nations and Indigenous communities. Although like I said, this is a positive step, I want to actually make sure, as does this entire side of the House, make sure that those relationships and those changes are positive ones. The Ministry of Family and Children Development is well aware that that doesn't always happen overnight. So there are a number of considerations that should be taken and looked at more closely during this bill during committee stage. There have been some definitions that have been changed and or added to this particular piece of legislation. I do want to ensure during committee stage that they don't actually change and or have different meaning in regards to other pieces of legislation, that this one will work alongside. There are some things that are going to be removed or deleted from the Infant Act that I may also have some more clarifying questions for during committee stage. As my colleagues have also mentioned, there are some questions around how this act is actually going to play out. Are these roles and responsibilities going to be completely transferred to First Nations and Indigenous communities, or is this the first step in building a relationship, and they will be, those decisions will be in conjunction with those groups and then eventually transfer? So that is something I would actually like more clarification on during committee stage also. There are some very large complexities around having a new group of individuals. The public trustees and guarantors, have done a phenomenal job up to date. They have a process that works, it is well respected, and it has benefited many youth, children, and families across our province. So I hope that that continues to be the case, although there are some complexities when we look at the legal, financial, health, and education considerations with a child, youth, or family in an Indigenous or First Nations community. So those are some things that we should look at more closely during committee stage. There is also a section, again, one of my colleagues mentioned earlier, that talks about a particular age. 27 years of age has indicated in both this and another act. This might be a good time to actually look and see if that is an applicable age at this junction. 27 years seems a very odd number to me. I would be curious as to where that came from, and I think that warrants some investigation as to whether it should remain that high or if it needs to be removed and or lowered to 19, which is age of consent. I would also agree with my colleagues that there needs to be a framework that is set up that is well administered. It works respectfully and efficiently, and it provides fair and competent oversight for the structure of children's property and financial issues. This legislation, is it seeking to replace the duties of the existing and capable body, or is this just the first step in moving towards that goal? We must consider whether these changes are necessary or whether the current system could be adapted in collaboration with Indigenous authorities without a complete legislative overhaul. I would be curious and would like to ask the question at committee if this model has been implemented in other jurisdictions and what their success rate was with that, and whether we can learn from those frameworks to make this as efficient and as effective as possible for all children and youth that will be impacted. The question has been raised in regards to capacity and training. Do First Nations communities and Indigenous communities currently have the ability to take on these roles and responsibilities? That is something that should be considered very carefully. Again, as the Minister of Children and Families can attest to, sometimes those are challenges that we don't originally see, and they complicate and they add challenges and difficulties when moving through these processes. So it would be nice to address and to recognize those ahead of rolling out a piece of legislation that may not actually be realistic at this time. The parties that are going to be involved in this transference and or sharing of power and responsibility, I would also like to learn more in the committee stage about what collaboration and or consultation was used in order to come to these changes. Did it include the public guardian and trustee? Did it include child and family services, both in and outside of First Nations and non-First Nations community? Were there legal experts that were consulted? Are First Nations communities and Indigenous communities, are they familiar with and understand enough about the fiduciary responsibilities in regards to children's property? Ensuring that every stakeholder has a voice will be essential for a smooth and effective transition. So to sum up, Madam Speaker, just to repeat and to acknowledge, I think this piece of legislation is positive in its spirit, and I'm excited that First Nations and Indigenous communities are wanting to take on more roles and responsibilities in regards to their youth and their young people and their families, and I look forward to working with the other side of the House to build those processes out so they are most effective and efficient and they benefit all communities, all youth, and all families across the province, both Indigenous and non-Indigenous alike. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Seeing no further speakers? Attorney General to close debate. Okay, I'll put the question. Members, we have a question for second reading. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carried. Attorney General.
Thank you. I move that the bill be committed to a committee of the whole House to consider at the next sitting of the House after today.
Members, you've heard the question. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Motion carried. Government House Leader.
Is it Bill 20? I call debate on second reading of Bill 20.
Okay, second reading on Bill 20. Attorney General.
Thank you. I move that the bill now be read a second time. The Construction Prompt Payment Act is aimed at improving fairness and efficiency in the construction sector. This bill is designed to address a long-standing issue, delays in payments down the construction chain. Although everyone deserves to get paid on time, the problem of late payment is amplified in the construction sector because of the industry's complex contracting structure, with owners, contractors, and subcontractors all playing their own important roles in seeing projects get built. This structure means that payment often has to flow down through several layers, creating payment delays that create significant cash flow problems for those lower down the construction chain. The intent behind this proposed legislation is clear: to establish predictable, enforceable timelines for payment and to provide a fast, accessible adjudication process for resolving payment-related disputes. We've modeled this legislation on successful frameworks in other jurisdictions, including Ontario, where prompt payment rules have been in place since 2019. Evidence from Ontario and elsewhere shows that these measures are having the intended effect, reducing payment delays and establishing a culture of timely payments. Importantly, the proposed legislation would not come into force immediately upon enactment. We recognize the need for industry to adapt, so there will be a period of at least several months before it's brought into force. This will give business, including government, the time required to update internal processes and prepare for the new requirements. This is a positive step forward for BC's construction industry, an industry which is essential to the growth and strength of our province. Right now, we're building all across this province, and with all the building that's going on, we rely on so many workers in the construction sector that drives our economy and builds hospitals and schools, homes, so much more across the sector. This is a move to support workers through that process, to make sure they're paid on time, including a whole bunch of small businesses that have come up to me and spoken to me about the challenges they've had. And when you're not paid on time, you have to consider how you're going to pay your workers, how you're going to carry the load of the project. And what that does is it increases the cost of the project, it adds to delays, and it creates a lot of uncertainty for workers that just want to get paid so they can pay all of their other things in their life and support their families. We are, as a government, not only do we want to continue building this province, we want to support workers, we want to support those small businesses and all those different parts of the construction industry and sector that contribute so much to our province. I'm really grateful for the leadership that existed, still exists, but existed during our development of this bill. We relied on a whole range of sectors and representatives in the construction sector, whether it's trades, the BC Construction Association, and labor, so many more that sat down with us to piece through where the challenges are and how we could introduce something that really met the needs of this province and took into account the needs of the workforce. As a result of that, their passion that guided us and myself through what was needed to support the construction sector in BC, this bill is a product of all of that work. I'm forever grateful for that, and I know that if this bill received the support of this House, that it's going to help a lot of people that are doing so much for all of us in this province every day. Thank you.
Recognizing the member from Richmond Queensborough.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today on behalf of the official opposition and the Conservative Caucus of British Columbia as the critic for Attorney General to speak to Bill 20, the Construction Prompt Payment Act. So I've had a chance to have a look at this, and you know, I've also had a briefing from the Attorney General's Department, and we've heard from the Attorney General just now the amount of consultation that they've done with the construction industry. The Attorney General stated that they reviewed other legislation, comparative legislation, and that they looked at what the need was for the construction industry. All those things sound good. So our perspective here from the official opposition is going to be that the intent to helping the construction industry is very good. So basically our thing is that we'll be supporting this legislation at second reading, but we will have questions. We will have proposed amendments how to make this legislation better, because we want this legislation to actually help the construction industry. We don't want any sort of hindrances. And we do have some issues from the way this legislation is written. So we will be supporting it to the extent that we want this legislation to get through this House on second reading and make it to committee stage so we can actually review it in detail and also ask some tough questions, as well as consider some proposed amendments from our side. The reason why I put that out there is that because construction industry is a big part of BC's economy. It's a huge part of BC's economy. We have a lot of people in a lot of different trades, and the construction industry plays a big part here. So this bill has been a long time coming because we needed something in terms of creating efficiency within the construction industry. But the question is, does it go far enough? And the question is, are there safeguards for the construction industry in this too, to make sure that all their issues get addressed and all their payment issues get addressed? So, like I mentioned earlier, this Bill 20, this legislation addresses the issue that has been raised repeatedly. We heard that Attorney General mentioned that the construction industry wanted this, so it's repeatedly raised by contractors, also probably subcontractors and tradespeople right across this province. And we do see a lot of times when the construction industry slows down in this province, it does have a huge effect on the economy of this particular province, because the real estate sector and the construction sector play a huge role here in British Columbia. The construction industry is one of the largest economic drivers in British Columbia, probably employs more than 250,000 British Columbians, contributes billions to the gross domestic product of this province, and you know, it sustains thousands of small and medium-sized businesses in every community. Yet, despite this strength, despite this extent of a large size of such an industry, this industry has faced some chronic and systemic challenges. Payments have moved far too slowly down the contractual chain. At sometimes, we see people in the construction industry, sometimes when we think about the construction industry, we think about like $1 million contracts, or we think about hundreds of thousands of dollar contracts and work that's being done. But sometimes there's some small projects too that may only involve like $2,000, $5,000, $10,000. And a lot of times we see some businesses or contractors in this industry sometimes just giving up on those payments because they're busy with the other work that they have, or they think they got to hire a lawyer, and then if they hired a lawyer, they went to court, and they would say, well, it makes sense to collect on that debt, but does it make fiscal sense if you have to pay for a lawyer to help you with that case. And then you have to deal with the time that it's going to take. Some of the businesses view the smaller amounts of owing as a cost of business, and it shouldn't be that way. If you do the work, you put in the labor, you should be able to reap the reward of your work. That's the way it should work. And I've known in my career as a legal professional, I've had a lot of clientele that was construction based. And a lot of times it was coming down, I haven't been paid, the contractor told me to come back next month, and you go back next month and still hasn't been paid, and it's like a year and a half or 2 years down the road. At that time you're worried about time limitations in a court case. So this has been an ongoing problem, and I believe the construction industry will welcome a simplified process for them to be able to collect payment and get prompt payment. So Bill 20 seeks to change how the construction industry operates in terms of receiving payment. Bill 20 introduces a clear payment timelines. It introduces clear payment timelines and a faster mechanism for resolving payment disputes. These are the objectives that are quite clearly seen in this bill. When this bill talks about adjudicator, it talks about the timeline to issue an invoice and the time to actually get payment after that invoice. And it sets up a structure. When there's initial contractor, they get paid. And then how does it operate with the subcontractors? So I would like to get more into the substance of this particular bill and what Bill 20 actually does in substance and purpose. Bill 20 sets out and ensures that workers contributing to service or materials on construction products in BC will be paid on time. The government states that for too long there's been the construction industry has been dealing with this issue of delayed payments, and it can cause serious issues in terms of financial strain to these businesses. So, as it's written, the legislation seems to support small businesses and contractors and subcontractors. The bill seeks to introduce proper payments, which sets deadlines for payments on construction projects. It ensures when owners receive a proper invoice, payment will flow quickly down the chain. And hopefully, this will prevent, if you get faster payments and things are running smoother in the construction industry, hopefully you'll be able to prevent project delays, because sometimes you need to have that funding to actually purchase materials, get those building supplies going. But if you don't have the revenue coming in or the income source coming in, that affects your next project, because at times you may have to purchase building materials, depending on what your contract is with your original contractor with that project. Sometimes, in addition to project delays, you could see job losses. Well, if revenue isn't coming in fast enough, then you won't be able to pay out fast enough, so that takes you to the job market. You may not be able to hold on to employees or staff people. So that's a live concern. That was a live concern prior to this legislation. And we know the fundamentals of business is, you got to be able to manage your balance sheet. You got to be able to manage what comes in, what goes out, and you got to manage to stay afloat. And if you're not able to do that, that could be the recipe for bankruptcy. And so that is a real concern in terms of if you're not receiving prompt payment. So this bill is ultimately about protecting and supporting the construction sector to ensure that everyone gets fast and accessible, gets an accessible process to resolve disputes, keep payments flowing, keep the construction projects on track. This bill applies to any work or materials provided to build or improve something that is under contract. This act goes further. It sets a time limit in terms of when invoices need to be rendered by and payments need to be rendered by. The bill ensures that owners must pay a contractor within 28 days of an invoice date. And it also ensures what happens if an initial person gets paid once an invoice is rendered and say if the payment is made within 28 days. What if there's a subcontractor? Well, then that subcontractor needs to be paid within 7 days. So this bill seems to set a formula of how to deal with contractors and subcontractors and what are the time limits of each of them to get actually paid. There are, with this legislation, when you look at it, there are some loose ends that are left. And those loose ends, you have to be able to look at the regulations. When you have regulations, the issue with regulations is that there's no oversight in terms of what those regulations may put out and how it may affect the industry. And that's an important factor. And when this legislation is here to kind of protect the construction industry, we need to know whatever regulations that are going to come out, they're actually going to go ahead and protect the construction industry. We need to know that as a result of the regulations, that will not water down this legislation. Because we do not need something that waters down the legislation because that will eventually still affect the businesses. It will still affect the contractors in this construction industry. And so the intent of this bill is good, and we want to make sure, even through with the regulations, it continues to help the construction industry.
Noting the hour, member.
Honourable Speaker, noting the hour, I'd like to adjourn the second reading debate, but I'd like to reserve my time to continue my speech at the next sitting.
Member, you heard the question to adjourn the debate. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Government House Leader.
I move that the House.
Oh, sorry. Committee stay. Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, Section A reports progress on Bill number 12 and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Government House Leader?
Next sitting.
So ordered. Government House Leader.
Move that the House do now adjourn.
Member, you heard the question to adjourn the House. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. This House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.